Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Warborn, the Last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The air recyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood, and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning, and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin, it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table, letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The she's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the sea. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Cath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed Cath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed Cath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed Cath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed Cath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the third altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed Cath clicked its mandibles in disdain. "Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in—" Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed Cath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin Tank. Griggs. For a moment no one spoke. Then Zed Cath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The holofeed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zed Cath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants you? Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. Alive? That's a twist. He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zed Cath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. "Look," the station master muttered, "I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, we'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary, or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station." Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. "If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting," he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zed Cath recoiled. "No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble." Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zed Cath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. "I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain." Zed Cath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. "Fine. Run. Fight. Do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can, and if you survive, never come back." With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his freed, his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren? a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech, and then there was Gravemind Dral, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Dral's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zed-Cath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was, the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly, their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. Ghost Viren, he muttered, recognising the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Virane's game. Torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini-explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Lorraine thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talis 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject: Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talis 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talis 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. Subject uses agile maneuvers, Talis 3 announced, initiating close-quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy. He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. Error! Error! It crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed. It rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels, Solvex Dral's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine, let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there, or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being. Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis 3's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard, the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed, the overhead. Screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilized. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair. her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah? The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you, milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Dral himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short, sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. Human! Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Dral, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. You will submit, Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors. One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No. Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. Then your pain will be legendary, human. Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shockwave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. "Strong," Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The Warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the Warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the Warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic lines severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, burying it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zedcath had said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching his stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Dral got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. "One fight down," he muttered. "Plenty more to go." Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Kamar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled, a huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft's sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frostbitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. Sarah Juno sent me. The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A ducky, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. "Sarah told me to watch for a human. Didn't believe I'd see the day." Marvin sized him up. The Daki stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Dral." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Dral conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the Darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. "Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Dral's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will." "What's the plan then?" Marvin asked. I've hacked into a few intelligence channels, Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. Draal's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships. So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit, Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Not quite, Sarah countered. We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones. Volor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran. Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Volor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat maneuvers. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Droll's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Volor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. "If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes?" "Exactly," Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. "And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it." Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. "Wait for it. Wait," he muttered. The tension coiled around him, like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with a cacophony of war, Screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Valor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Valor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Valor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below, his coat tore, sending a stab of arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armor pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognize him at first. Drek Valor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Valor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The Darky only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the Darky's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armor support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Valor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the Darky's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The Darky's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent, either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Valor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here, maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. We were not prepared for so many. Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Draal's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Draal himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Draal make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Comar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Volor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way, probably 70 or more with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the light walkers, two-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds and found a way. "Eyes front," Volor rumbled quietly. "They must see us, so they charge forward." Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Volor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation, not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signaled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Volor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Volor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Volor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm, a field scanner. "There's another cluster inbound." Marvin felt his stomach tighten. "They must have held a reserve force," Volor nodded grimly. "And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels." A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Draal's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Volor nodded in approval. "I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Draal, the rest might scatter." Sarah bit her lip. "You're talking about a direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets." Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. "Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels." An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Volor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. "We're in luck. The thrusters are operational." She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Volor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. "We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit," she said. "No sign of Draal's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser." Marvin set his jaw. "Then let's find it." Sarah took a deep breath. "Strap in." The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Comar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Valor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres!" Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Volor's voice crackled over the intercom. "That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Draal's personal vessel." "Perfect," Marvin said. "Let's see if we can land on it." "Land on it?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you insane?" He gave a grim smile. "Yes, but if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head." She exhaled, nodding once. "All right, let's do something crazy." With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. "Brace for impact! Going in hot!" At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. "We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us." Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. "Then let's make them count." Valor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Valor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Draal. Purple-skinned, like Valor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Draal called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. "You must have me confused with someone who surrenders." Draal let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Draal's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Draal's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Dral hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Dral's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Dral stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, because we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Dral's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Dral's armour. Dral roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Valor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, the Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Volor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Dalkari escort. Ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Dral's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Dral and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Sarah's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him. The human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered, you should never, ever underestimate a human. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B, on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity Review, pre-human signatories, your participation required, non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. "They're waiting for you," was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine, Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the Witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled Linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. "Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it." Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organization has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. And when humans deviate, Bryant asked. The 20th century, Dimitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles: scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence, the witness added, not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable. Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. Why am I here? Because the treaties are up for renewal, Margaret said. Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time there's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dimitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dimitri said, continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation, an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation, a deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved. Us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship, because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied: sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilising through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilizes. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly. He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability, when societies were between symbolic systems, not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame. They were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question. Feudal hierarchies were collapsing. The very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy. There was a cause. There was something humans could do. It was functional. It was monstrous. Both things were true. They let millions die, Bryant said to Dimitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. They let billions live, Dimitri replied. The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer. That's an excuse. It's both. Dimitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders. No archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different. Dimitri poured himself more tea. When people die within mythic frameworks, As martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story. Bryant thought about that. I'm not sure that's better. Neither am I, Dmitri admitted, but it's what we have. Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with a symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the men in black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the threshold guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The men in black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked." The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns, Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The men in black are one example. There are others. She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that use the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret, societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before. Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are, what? Pressure release valves? Ritual containers, Margaret corrected. Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework. Bryant sat with that. So we're, what, cultists? All of us? We're participants, Margaret said, whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating. He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The symbolic autonomy clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answer to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organisation, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed: a man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious. Conscious, but empty. Like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognises error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop. Not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds. Then she collapsed. She was alive, but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone. The mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, Similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organised everyone else's reality. Bryant recognised it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. "They're showing us what we asked for," she said. "Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed," Margaret corrected. "That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other." Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. "There has to be a middle path." "There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected." Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture." The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember. Not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests, the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations. Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing. Disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. "Why me?" he asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. "You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. This is why you were assigned to continuity review, she said quietly. Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely. The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. What happens to my work, he asked. My practice. You continue, Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns. Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even, but reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. If I do this, he said slowly, and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties? The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. Humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, two populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually, but that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the perpetuity archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list, compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total, the mythic geometries that organized human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance. The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss, exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The Autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that, but he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. The final document in Bryant Marr's personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open. The choice remained available. And humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without. All of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end. Event Horizon, 1882. The heat shimmered above the Kansas prairie, a vast undulating ocean of grass bowing under a relentless August sun. Elijah Wren, perched atop his surveyor's wagon, squinted, adjusting the brim of his sweat-stained hat. Dust coated everything. His worn buckskins, the brass instruments of his trade, the very air he breathed. He'd spent weeks under this unforgiving sky, mapping the seemingly endless expanse for the US topographical engineers, a task meant to impose order on a land that felt fundamentally untamed. A former Union scout, Wren carried the war etched not just in the faded blue of his tunic packed away in his trunk, but in the quiet intensity of his gaze, the way his hand instinctively rested near the cult peacemaker holstered at his hip. He'd seen the chaos man could inflict upon man. The quiet horror of Antietam's bloody lane was a ghost that rode beside him, more real than the buzzards circling overhead. Yet, what he witnessed that afternoon transcended the familiar horrors of war. It was something wholly other. It began as a distortion in the heat haze, high in the cloudless blue. Not a bird nor a balloon. He'd seen plenty of Thaddeus Lowe's observation craft during the war. This was geometric, precise. A perfect equilateral triangle, vast and utterly black, darker than a mineshaft entrance at midnight. It hung motionless, defying the wind that rustled the prairie grass below. No smoke, no steam, no audible engine sound disturbed the profound silence it imposed. It simply was, a stark impossibility against the canvas of the ordinary. Wren's surveyor's mind, trained to measure and record, fought against the sheer incredulity of the sight. He fumbled for his field notebook and graphite pencil, his fingers suddenly clumsy. He sketched rapidly, noting the object's apparent size, larger than any man-made structure he could conceive, its absolute lack of discernible features, save for 3 points of faint, unwavering light, one at each vertex. They pulsed with a soft internal luminescence like captured starlight. He estimated its altitude, triangulating mentally against distant landmarks. Thousands of feet, perhaps miles. Yet it seemed preternaturally clear, its edges sharp against the azure sky. For a long, breathless minute it held its position. Then, with a speed that defied mechanics, it moved. Not flew, not drifted. It translated, shifting westward instantaneously, covering miles in the blink of an eye before vanishing utterly. The silence it left behind was heavier, the prairie seeming to hold its breath. Wren lowered his notebook, his heart pounding a heavy rhythm against his ribs. He'd documented anomalies before, strange magnetic deviations, unexplained geological formations, but this was a violation of natural philosophy itself. He meticulously recorded the date, time, location, atmospheric conditions, and his sketch, his handwriting tight with controlled shock. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him despite the heat, that this report would not be filed away with mundane boundary disputes. Weeks later, back in the comparative civilization of St. Louis, his detailed report, submitted through official channels, earned him not dismissal or ridicule, but a summons. A terse telegram instructed him to report to a certain room at the Planters House Hotel, a discreet location known for housing men of influence. He found Samuel Greaves waiting. Greaves was a man who wore his authority like a well-tailored suit, his eyes sharp and assessing behind steel-rimmed spectacles. Officially attached to the U.S. Geological Survey, Wren had heard whispers. Greaves operated in the shadowed spaces between departments, a collector of sensitive information, a man who understood the value of secrets long before the Pinkertons coined their motto. "Mr. Wren," Greaves began, his voice smooth and devoid of preamble, gesturing to a chair. He didn't offer pleasantries. On the polished mahogany table between them lay Wren's report, the sketch of the black triangle stark against the official paper. "Your sighting in Kansas," Greaves continued, tapping the report. "It corresponds with certain other accounts, fragmentary, often dismissed as delusion or fancy. Yours, however, is detailed, credible." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "We are assembling an expedition, Mr. Wren. Ostensibly, a geological survey into the territories, specifically the unmapped regions of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. We require a cartographer of your skill and discretion." Wren met Greaves' gaze. "Ostensibly?" A faint smile touched Greaves' lips. "There are geological strata of unusual interest, anomalous energy readings, peculiar formations described in settlers' letters, and, more intriguingly, recurring in certain native legends. He leaned forward slightly. Your report, Mr. Wren, suggests something else. Might be found in those remote peaks, something unrelated to mineral wealth or seismic activity. The implication hung heavy in the air. Greaves wasn't talking about gold veins or hot springs. He was talking about the impossible triangle. The true purpose, Mr. Greaves? Wren asked, his voice low. To investigate phenomena that fall outside the purview of conventional science and territorial expansion, Greaves replied carefully. To ascertain the nature of certain intrusions. You documented an object of unknown origin and capability. We intend to discover if its presence is isolated or indicative of something more permanent. Your experience as a scout, your eye for detail, your discretion under pressure, these are invaluable. Wren thought of the black shape against the Kansas blue, the chilling silence, the impossible speed. It was madness, yet it was real. He had drawn it. He had seen it. The scout in him, the man who charted the unknown, felt a reluctant, dangerous curiosity stir. Who else is part of this survey? A specialist in natural philosophy and ancient languages from Harvard, Greaves said, and a guide, familiar with the specific region and its native inhabitants, Lieutenant Red Elk. Greaves' tone suggested the lieutenant's inclusion was a necessity, perhaps not entirely of his choosing. You will rendezvous with them in Denver City. Your equipment and passage are being arranged. Absolute secrecy is paramount, Wren. What we seek is not for public knowledge, perhaps not for any knowledge we currently possess. The weight of the unspoken pressed down. This wasn't just mapping rocks. This was stepping off the map entirely, into territory marked only by impossible sightings and ancient whispers. Wren thought of the silent black triangle. He thought of the uncharted peaks of the Rockies. He thought of the war and how the world could change in an instant. Very well, Mr. Greaves, Wren said, the words feeling heavier than any pack he'd ever carried. I accept. The gears of something vast and hidden had begun to turn. The journey westward was a jarring symphony of iron and steam. The locomotive hammered across the plains, leaving St. Louis and the familiar Mississippi behind, plunging deeper into the territories. Elijah Wren watched the landscape blur past the window, the endless grass giving way to rolling hills, and eventually the distant hazy promise of mountains. He shared the passenger car with settlers seeking fortune, gamblers seeking marks, and salesmen hawking everything from miracle elixirs to leveraged land claims. Amidst this bustling microcosm of American ambition, Wren felt increasingly isolated. The secret purpose of his own journey, a heavy cloak. In Denver City, a raw, burgeoning metropolis clinging to the edge of the Front Range, he met the rest of the expedition. The rendezvous point was a dusty office tucked away behind a land speculation firm, Greaves having already arrived via a more direct, privileged route. Dr. Vera Calder was not what Wren had expected. Harvard educated, yes, but there was little of the cloistered academic about her. She possessed a keen, direct gaze that missed nothing, her travelling dress practical despite its fine tailoring. Her expertise, Greaves explained in hushed tones beforehand, was not merely in geology or botany, but in philology, the study of ancient languages and texts, including obscure petroglyphs and pictograms often dismissed by her more conventional colleagues. She carried herself with an air of focused curiosity, a woman more comfortable with dusty manuscripts and cryptic symbols than drawing-room society. Mr. Wren, she greeted him, extending a gloved hand, her grip firm. Mr. Greaves speaks highly of your observational acuity. I trust your maps will be as precise as your report. There was an undercurrent of challenge in her voice, a demand for competence. Wren simply nodded. Doctor, I endeavour to record what is present. The final member of their core team arrived shortly after, escorted by 2 cavalry troopers whose unease was palpable. Lieutenant Red Elk was Lakota, a man whose face seemed carved from the very rock of the mountains they were headed towards. His eyes, dark and piercing, held a depth of history and sorrow that made Wren's own war ghost seem fleeting. He wore a mixture of traditional Lakota attire and battered remnants of US Army issue, a living symbol of the clash of worlds. He carried himself with a stoic dignity that the trooper's presence could not diminish. Greaves performed the introduction stiffly. Lieutenant Red Elk has agreed to guide us through the high country. His knowledge of the terrain is unparalleled. Red Elk's gaze swept over Wren and Calder, lingering for a moment. He offered no handshake, merely a slight inclination of his head. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and resonant, carrying the cadence of the plains. "The mountains remember much," he stated, not as a warning, but as a simple fact. More than maps show, more than white men read in books. The tension in the small office was thick. Greaves represented the relentless push of the government, Calder the probing intellect of Eastern academia, Wren the meticulous recorder of the physical world. Red Elk stood apart, a connection to a history intertwined with the very land they sought to dissect, a history Greaves likely intended to exploit, and Calder, perhaps, to decipher. His participation felt less like agreement and more like watchful custodianship. The next days were a whirlwind of provisioning. Pack mules were loaded with surveying equipment, transits, chains, chronometers, alongside Calder's carefully wrapped collection of reference books, sketching materials and tools for making impressions of rock carvings. Crates of durable foodstuffs, canvas tents, bedrolls, rifles, and ample ammunition filled the wagons. Greaves oversaw it all with quiet efficiency, his authority unquestioned, his true purpose veiled behind the mundane necessities of a geological survey. Their departure from Denver was marked by the stares of onlookers, intrigued by the unusual composition of the party, the scholar woman, the stoic Indian, the quiet cartographer, and the official-looking Greaves, all heading towards the forbidding peaks under cavalry escort, though the troopers peeled off after the first day, leaving the core group to proceed alone. As they travelled higher, leaving the plains behind for the foothills, the air grew thinner, sharper. The landscape became more dramatic, carved by ancient glaciers and unforgiving weather. Red Elk moved with an assuredness that spoke of intimate familiarity, choosing paths invisible to Wren's trained eye, navigating by landmarks and whispers of the wind. He spoke little, but when he did, it often related to the land itself, the name of a peak in his native tongue, the medicinal properties of a plant, a story tied to a particular rock formation, stories that often hinted at strange lights in the sky, or beings who emerged from the earth. Vera Calder proved resilient, adapting quickly to the rigours of the trail. She sketched flora, examined rock strata, and engaged Red Elk in cautious conversation, probing gently about local legends and symbols. Wren could see her mind constantly working, connecting disparate pieces of information, seeking patterns. Wren focused on his task, taking readings, sketching topography, his analytical mind finding comfort in the familiar process. Yet, the memory of the Kansas Triangle was a constant undercurrent. He found himself scanning the skies, scrutinizing unusual shadows, his senses heightened. Greaves remained observant, watchful, conferring quietly with Wren about potential routes, and with Calder about geological points of interest, always steering them towards a specific, predetermined sector deep within the San Juan Range, a region Red Elk had initially seemed reluctant to approach, citing it as powerful, sacred ground. One evening, camped beside a rushing mountain stream, the peaks stark silhouettes against a star-dusted sky, Wren found himself near Red Elk, who was gazing into the crackling fire. "The ground we seek," Wren ventured quietly. "It is important to your people." Red Elk didn't look away from the flames. "It is a place of beginnings and endings, where the Sky Fathers touched the Earth Mother long ago. Spirits dwell there. Not all are welcoming." "Spirits?" Wren pressed, thinking of Greaves's anomalous energy readings. Red Elk turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting Wren's in the firelight. "Your people have words," he said. "Electricity, magnetism, forces you seek to harness. You build machines of iron and steam." He gestured towards the vast dark mountains. "There are older forces here. Older machines, not made by hands like ours." A chill traced its way down Wren's spine, colder than mountain air. Before he could ask more, Greaves approached, his presence breaking the moment. "Wren, a word. We need to discuss the final approach vector." As Wren walked away with Greaves, Red Elk's words echoed in his mind. Older machines, the Kansas anomaly, the strange legends, Greaves's secret mission, Calder's cryptic studies, Red Elk's warnings. The pieces were converging, pointing towards something vast and unbelievable, hidden deep within the heart of the Rockies. The survey was a lie. They were hunting for something left behind, something ancient, and perhaps something not of Earth at all. The air grew thin and biting as they pushed deeper into the San Juan Mountains. Jagged peaks clawed at the sky, their granite faces scarred by time and tempest. Travel became arduous, the pack mules straining on narrow, treacherous paths that Red Elk navigated with unwavering certainty. He led them away from known passes, into valleys whispered about in prospectors' tales, but seldom visited, places the Ute and Lakota considered sacred, powerful, and best left undisturbed. Greaves consulted his maps frequently, cross-referencing them with coded notes Wren suspected contained more than just geological data. Calder, despite the physical exertion, seemed invigorated, her eyes constantly scanning the rock formations, her notebook filling with sketches of unusual strata and crystalline structures embedded within the ancient stone. Wren continued his meticulous mapping, but his attention was divided, one eye on the terrain, the other on the sky, half expecting to see a black triangle emerge from behind a snow-capped summit. They made camp in a high alpine meadow, sheltered by towering pines. The silence here was profound, broken only by the wind's sigh through the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. Red Elk chose the site, near a series of weathered standing stones arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate, ancient. "The old ones marked this place," Red Elk stated, gesturing towards the stones. "A gateway." Calder immediately went to examine the monoliths, running her gloved fingers over faint carvings nearly erased by centuries of wind and snow. "Incredible," she murmured, pulling out her charcoal and paper. "The erosion is immense, but the patterns, they resemble certain pre-dynastic Egyptian hieroglyphs, yet also elements found in Indus Valley script, but cruder, older." Greaves watched her, a flicker of something, confirmation, in his eyes. "Any indication of function, Doctor?" "Function?" Calder looked up, frowning. "They appear ceremonial, perhaps astronomical alignments, but some glyphs." She hesitated, tracing a complex spiral intersected by sharp, angular lines. "They don't feel like depictions of stars or rituals. They feel almost schematic, like instructions." That evening, as Wren took stellar readings for positioning, his instruments behaved erratically. The compass needle quivered, refusing to settle, firmly on north, and his chronometer, usually reliable, seemed to gain and lose seconds unpredictably. He noted the deviations carefully, reporting them to Greaves. "Magnetic anomalies," Greaves said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Expected in regions with high iron content." But Wren knew the rock here was primarily granite. Something else was interfering with their delicate mechanisms. The following day, Red Elk led them not further up but down, into a narrow, shadowed canyon carved by a swift glacial stream. The walls rose sheer on either side, blotting out the sun. The air grew colder, damper. Strange, resonant hums seemed to vibrate through the rock itself. Almost below the threshold of hearing, felt more in the bones than heard with the ears. "The heart of the mountain," Red Elk announced, stopping where the canyon widened slightly. Before them, the stream vanished into a dark fissure at the base of the cliff face. But it wasn't the fissure that drew their attention. It was the rock wall itself. Unlike the surrounding weathered granite, a section of the cliff face, perhaps 50 feet wide and 30 high, was unnaturally smooth, almost polished, with a dark obsidian-like sheen. Embedded within it seamlessly were geometric patterns and lines that mirrored the glyphs Calder had found on the standing stones. But these were sharper, clearer, glowing faintly with the same internal luminescence Wren had seen on the Kansas object. "Magnificent," Calder breathed, stepping forward, oblivious to the sudden tension that gripped the others. "This isn't natural erosion. It's constructed. Artificial." Greaves drew his service revolver, motioning for Wren to ready his rifle. Red Elk stood motionless, his hand resting on the handle of the long knife at his belt, his eyes fixed on the strange wall. "Doctor, be cautious," Greaves warned. Calder ignored him, reaching out to touch the smooth, dark surface. The moment her glove made contact, the low hum intensified, rising in pitch. The glyphs flared, brightening from a soft glow to a brilliant white light. The ground beneath their feet vibrated. With a sound like grinding consonants, a section of the wall, perfectly tracing the outline of a massive triangular shape, began to retract inwards, sliding silently into the mountain. It wasn't a door. It was a section of the cliff face itself, impossibly engineered. Beyond lay not a cave, but darkness, a vast yawning cavity extending into the mountain's depths. A strange, cool, sterile wind blew out from the opening, carrying the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and metallic. "By God," Greaves whispered, his official composure finally cracking, revealing awe and perhaps fear. Wren stared into the abyss, the hair on his neck prickling. The scale was immense. This wasn't a mine or a natural cavern adapted. This was built, purposefully hidden. He thought of Red Elk's words, older machines. Calder, holding a galvanic lantern, aloft, took a hesitant step towards the threshold. The light pierced the darkness, revealing polished, seamless walls curving away into the gloom, floors made of the same dark, resonant material. There were no tool marks, no seams, no rivets. It was as if the entire structure had been poured or grown. "We must investigate," Calder stated, her voice tight with suppressed excitement. Greaves nodded, holstering his pistol but keeping his hand near it. "Wren, take point. Red Elk, watch our backs. And the entrance." Red Elk gave a curt nod, his gaze sweeping the canyon behind them before turning back to the impossible opening. He looked less like a guide now, and more like a guardian witnessing a long-feared prophecy unfold. Wren shouldered his rifle, checked the action, and stepped across the threshold. Calder close behind him, Greaves following. They moved from the natural world of rock, wind and water into something utterly alien. The humming intensified within the structure, palpable thrum of dormant power. The air was still, cool, and carried that strange, sterile scent. The triangular entrance began to slide silently shut behind them, sealing them inside the mountain, plunging the canyon outside back into shadow, leaving Red Elk standing sentinel before the now blank cliff face. the gateway had been opened. Inside, the scale was bewildering. The galvanic lantern beams sliced through the darkness, revealing a chamber of impossible proportions. Walls, floor, and ceiling were fashioned from the same seamless dark material, cool and smooth to the touch. They curved upwards, meeting at an apex lost in the shadows far above, suggesting a space vast enough to dwarf any cathedral built by man. The air hummed, a low resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very structure itself, vibrating deep within their chests. "Incredible engineering," Greaves muttered, his voice hushed, echoing strangely in the immense space. Beyond anything conceivable, Calder moved deeper, her lantern casting dancing shadows. "There are no pillars, no visible supports," she observed, her scientific mind grappling with the impossibility. "The geometry, it feels wrong, non-Euclidean, almost." Wren swept his rifle barrel across the darkness, senses on high alert. The silence, apart from the omnipresent hum, was absolute. No scuttling creatures, no dripping water, just the profound stillness of something ancient and dormant. He felt watched, not by eyes, but by the structure itself. As they advanced, guided by Calder's questing light, they began to discern shapes within the gloom. Positioned centrally in the vast chamber, dominating the space, was an object that stole Wren's breath. It was the triangle, or rather a triangle, identical in shape and proportion to the object he'd seen over Kansas, but larger, far larger. Easily 200 feet along each edge, it rested silently on the dark floor, its surface the same matte black, absorbing the lantern, light. 3 points of faint luminescence pulsed softly at its vertices, mirroring the lights he'd sketched in his notebook. It wasn't resting on landing gear or supports. It seemed to hover fractionally above the floor, held aloft by forces unseen. "The object from your report, Wren," Greaves breathed, awe warring with apprehension. "It's real. It's here." "Not just a craft," Calder whispered, circling the immense shape slowly. "Look." She pointed her lantern towards the floor near the triangle's edge. Faint lines glowed there, tracing complex pathways, converging and diverging like celestial navigation charts, interwoven with the strange glyphs they'd seen outside. "This isn't just a hangar. This is a nexus, a control center." She knelt, examining the glowing lines, her fingers tracing a particularly intricate spiral. "These symbols, they speak of cycles, great cycles, and guardians. Not gods, but custodians, keepers," her brow furrowed in concentration. "There are references to temporal echoes, causal manipulation. It's unlike any language structure I've ever encountered." Wren kept his distance from the colossal triangle, his scout's instincts screaming caution. He scanned the chamber walls. They weren't blank. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that the walls themselves were inscribed with impossibly fine lines, vast, complex patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of his vision. It was like staring at a map of everything, everywhere, all at once. Suddenly a section of the wall nearby flickered. The smooth black surface dissolved into a momentary image, startlingly clear yet fleeting. Wren saw vast, fern-choked jungles under a swollen alien sun, monstrous reptilian creatures moving through the foliage. Then, just as quickly, the image vanished, returning to inert blackness. "Did you see that?" Wren asked sharply, whirling around. Greaves and Calder looked up, startled. "See what?" Greaves demanded, before Wren could answer. Another section of the wall shimmered. This time it showed a desolate, windswept plain under a sky filled with 2 moons. Strange insectoid beings scuttled across the rust-coloured dust. It lasted only a second. "There," Calder gasped, pointing. "Temporal echoes?" The hum in the chamber deepened. resonating like a vast gong struck somewhere in the mountain's heart. The lights on the triangular craft pulsed brighter, shifting from soft white to an intense cold blue. The glowing lines on the floor flared, illuminating the entire chamber in an eerie lattice of light. "What's happening?" Greaves shouted over the rising thrum. Calder, still kneeling by the glowing lines, cried out, snatching her hand back as if burned. "I touched it! The central spiral!" The air crackled with energy. Ren felt a strange pressure building inside his skull, a dizzying sense of disorientation. The walls around them began to flicker uncontrollably, faster and faster, showing brief, chaotic glimpses of other times, other worlds, Roman legions marching, colossal machines harvesting a barren planet, shimmering cities hanging in nebula-filled skies, primeval oceans teeming with bizarre life. It was like standing inside a broken chronoscope, history and possibility flashing past in a nauseating torrent. "The system," Calder yelled, scrambling back from the glowing glyphs. "We've activated something." The great triangular craft shifted. A low, powerful vibration emanated from it, shaking the very floor beneath their feet. Panels on its dark surface slid open silently, revealing recesses filled with intricate glowing mechanisms unlike anything wrought by human hands. Then a voice spoke. It wasn't sound in the conventional sense. It resonated directly within their minds, ancient, impossibly vast and utterly devoid of emotion. It was the voice of ages, of stars turning and galaxies forming. Recording initiated, subjects detected, temporal integrity compromised, diagnostic, cycle activated. Ren stumbled back, raising his rifle, though he knew it was useless against this. Greaves swore, fumbling with his pistol again. Calder stared, transfixed, muttering, "It's speaking, communicating, but the language..." The mental voice continued, cold and precise. Biological signatures, unexpected variant, Homo sapiens, chronological placement, anomalous, authorization, query, pending. The walls ceased their chaotic flickering, coalescing into a single stable image that filled their entire field of vision. They were no longer looking at the chamber walls, but through them into a scene rendered with impossible clarity. They saw Earth, hanging in the blackness of space, but it was subtly wrong. The continents were shaped differently, the ice caps larger, and swarming in orbit like wasps around a nest were dozens, hundreds of the black triangular craft. Contextual display, previous pruning event, cycle 734, target, mammalian apex predator overreach, method, KT impactor redirection, status, successful. Ren stared, horrified, as the image shifted, showing a massive asteroid hurtling towards the planet, nudged fractionally by beams of energy emanating from the triangles. He remembered the fleeting image of the reptilian creatures. Pruning event, KT impactor. "My God," Calder whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The dinosaurs, they didn't just die out. They were removed, culled." The perspective shifted again, zooming into Earth, but this time showing flickering scenes from human history. Pyramids rising, empires falling, culminating in images of the recent war between the states, the battlefield horrors Ren knew too well. Current cycle, 912, species of interest, Homo sapiens, observation phase complete. Assessment, rapid technological advancement, high aggression, potential for uncontrolled expansion, threat index rising. The mental voice paused, a silence more terrifying than the pronouncements. Query are subjects, agents of intervention or symptoms of imminent convergence. The floor beneath them vibrated harder. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with power. The lights on the great triangle pulsed ominously. They hadn't just found an ancient hangar. They had stumbled into the control room of the entities that shaped life on Earth, beings who viewed extinction events as pruning and humanity as merely the latest experiment, an experiment potentially nearing its termination date. They were trapped inside the machine that judged worlds. The mental voice of the custodian echoed not in their ears, but in the core of their beings, a chillingly objective pronouncement that stripped away millennia of human presumption. Humanity wasn't the pinnacle of creation. It was a variable in an equation, a cycle being monitored, measured, and potentially corrected. The images swirling on the chamber walls shifted again, no longer showing the past but flickering possibilities, glimpses of potential futures, branching from their present moment in 1882. They saw cities of gleaming metal towers reaching towards skies choked with smog. They saw barren wastelands where ghostly figures huddled around flickering fires. They saw mushroom clouds blooming over terrified populations, the destructive power Wren had only dimly conceived of in artillery barrages magnified 1,000-fold. They saw strange, silver-suited figures stepping through shimmering portals, and other scenes too chaotic, too alien to comprehend. Each flicker was a potential trajectory, a consequence of the rising threat index the custodian had cited. Convergence point. Detected, the mental voice stated, the calm tone making the words even more terrifying. Multiple timeline probabilities collapsing towards critical threshold. Current subject's interference accelerating process. What does it mean? Greaves demanded, his voice tight with fear and ingrained authority. What convergence? The termination of unstable iterations. The culling of disruptive branches, the preservation of the core directive. Earth's biosphere is a cradle. Uncontrolled expansion threatens the integrity of the experiment. Your species exhibits accelerated potential for self-induced extinction and extrasolar contamination. Calder, her initial scientific awe replaced by dawning horror, pushed herself to her feet. Experiment? You've been manipulating our history, the extinctions, the course of evolution. We are custodians. We nurture. We prune. We ensure the continuity of potential within acceptable parameters. Interventions are rare, triggered only by imminent threats to the long-term viability of the planetary cradle or the core directive itself. Your species is approaching such a threshold. The great triangular craft in the centre of the chamber began to emit a low, guttural thrum. Energy visibly crackled around its edges. The very air seemed to warp around it, like heat haze rising from asphalt, but cold, chillingly cold. Wren felt a profound temporal dislocation, a nauseating lurch as if the present moment was becoming unstuck. He saw ghostly after-images of himself and the others flicker at the edges of his vision, echoes of choices not made, paths not taken. He saw a phantom image of Red Elk standing not outside the sealed entrance, but beside them, chanting in low Lakota, his hands raised towards the craft. "It's fracturing time," Wren gasped, gripping his rifle, the solid weight a small anchor in the dissolving reality. Just like the flashes on the walls. Temporal stress detected. The nexus is active. Subjects are within the event horizon. Event horizon? Calder echoed, her mind racing. It means a point of no return. A boundary. Correct. The boundary beyond which causality is no longer linear from your perspective. You are unanchored. Suddenly the chamber around them dissolved. One moment they stood on the polished floor of the alien hangar. The next they were staggering under a blazing sun surrounded by ferns the size of trees. The air was thick, humid, buzzing with unseen insects. A monstrous, bellowing roar echoed nearby, shaking the ground. Through the foliage, Wren glimpsed the scaled flank and massive clawed foot of a creature straight from the visions on the wall, a dinosaur terrifyingly real. Greaves fired his pistol wildly, the shot deafeningly loud in the primeval air, startling the creature which crashed away through the undergrowth. Just as quickly the scene shifted. They were ankle-deep in mud, freezing rain lashing down. Men in tattered blue and grey uniforms clawed at each other in a brutal melee. Cannon fire erupted nearby, showering them with earth. Wren recognised the chaos. It was Antietam, the bloody lane. The ghost that haunted his waking hours made terrifyingly solid. He saw men he knew fall, heard screams he remembered. "Make it stop," Greaves yelled, overwhelmed. Another shift. A sterile white corridor stretched before them. Figures, in strange silver suits, moved with silent efficiency, ignoring them completely. Through a window they saw a cityscape unlike anything imaginable. Vehicles flitting between impossibly tall spires under an artificial sky. Time is fluid. Within the Nexus, the custodian's voice resonated, a calm anchor in the temporal storm. Your perception struggles to process non-linear reality. These are echoes, probabilities, moments accessible from this control point. They snapped back to the hangar, the familiar dark walls reassuring despite the terrifying context. They collapsed to the floor, gasping, hearts pounding. "It can send us anywhere. Anywhen," Calder breathed, wiping sweat and temporal residue from her brow. This facility is a node, a means to observe and interact across temporal dimensions. It is how custodianship is maintained. The craft in the centre pulsed again, the blue light intensifying. A decision point is imminent. The convergence requires resolution. Your presence has forced the timeline. One path forward must be selected. Others must be pruned. Selected by whom? Wren demanded, pushing himself up, rifle still ready. By the mechanism, by the directive, or by a new custodian. A section of the floor near the triangle glowed brighter. A complex, multi-layered glyph appeared there, pulsing invitingly. The Nexus requires an operator, a sentient biological interface to guide the process, to make judgments within the established parameters. The previous custodian cycle has expired. The implication struck them like a physical blow. It wasn't just judging them, it was offering one of them the power to judge, to prune timelines, to guide humanity's destiny, or perhaps its extinction. "Become like you?" Calder asked, horrified, and yet Wren saw a flicker of intense curiosity, the scholar tempted by ultimate knowledge. To accept the mantle is to transcend linear existence, to serve the core directive, to ensure the continuity of potential. The alternative is system correction. The images on the walls shifted again, this time showing Earth engulfed in fire, oceans boiling away, the planet rendered sterile under the silent watch of the black triangles. System correction. Planetary sterilization. Greaves stared at the glowing glyph, then at the terrifying potential futures, his expression unreadable. Duty? Power? Survival? Wren thought of Red Elk, outside. He thought of the Lakota stories of spirits and gateways, of forces that demanded respect, not control. He thought of the Kansas sky, clear and blue before the impossible shape appeared. The custodian's voice echoed one final time, offering the terrible choice. One must choose to guide, or all will be pruned. The convergence is now. Decide. The humming of the great craft reached a fever pitch. The air crackled. Time itself seemed to hold its breath around them, waiting for a decision that would determine the future, not just of their small expedition, but potentially of all humankind. Wren, Calder and Greaves stood at the precipice, facing an impossible choice within the heart of an ancient alien machine that held the past, present and future of Earth in its unknowable grasp. The event horizon was upon them. Legacy of the Starcaller. Orion IV drifted, a sapphire marble veined with jade continents, nestled within the Outer Veil Nebula's shimmering folds. It was a designated tertiary agri-world, a bureaucratic label that belied its fierce, quiet independence and the secret it guarded. For most of its million inhabitants, life unfolded under the soft, diffused light filtering through the nebula's gases. Cycles of planting genetically tailored lumen wheat, harvesting crystalline energy shards from the planet's shallow mantle, and raising families in settlements carved into mountainsides or nestled in sprawling delta plains. It was deliberately unremarkable, engineered for obscurity. For Revan Solis, Orion IV was the only home he'd known since the orbital transport accident claimed his xenolinguist parents when he was 6. Now 17, tall and lean with eyes the colour of the nebula's deeper voids and perpetually ink-stained fingers, he lived in the tiered city of Ethelberg, perched on the edge of the Great Mesa. His official designation was Simulation Technician Apprentice, a title as mundane as the world itself. But the simulations Revan excelled at were anything but mundane. Housed deep beneath Ethelberg, in shielded chambers humming with power conduits drawing geothermal energy, lay the Oracle Array. It wasn't merely a collection of advanced VR pods, it was a nexus, a distributed remote warfare system of staggering complexity. Revan, along with a handful of other prodigies identified in childhood, spent hours jacked into the array, piloting sleek phantom starfighters through hyper-realistic combat scenarios. They were the Aegis program, Orion IV's hidden shield. Their targets, autonomous probes, pirate sorties, and exploratory vessels belonging to expansionist powers probing the Veil's edges, threats deemed minor by the distant, preoccupied core worlds, but existential to the isolated colonies. The pilots believed they were honing reflexes in ultra-fidelity games, competing for rankings on digital leaderboards. They were, in truth, Orion IV's unwitting first and only line of defence, their actions sanitised, their targets anonymised, their victories logged as system glitches or navigational hazards by unsuspecting aggressors. Revan was the undisputed ace. His intuition in the sim was preternatural. He flew the Wraith-class interceptor, a design allegedly based on salvaged alien tech, with an artistry that baffled his instructors and fellow pilots. He could feel the ebb and flow of a battle, anticipate vector changes nanoseconds before they occurred, exploit fleeting weaknesses in enemy formations. His call sign, Echo, was whispered with reverence in the sterile halls of the array complex. Outside the Simpod, however, he was just Revan. Quiet, intensely observant, spending his off hours sketching impossible starship designs in worn notebooks or debating theoretical warp field geometries with his closest friend, Kale. Kalen Kale Vance was Revan's opposite, a whirlwind of nervous energy, techno-babble and grease-stained overalls. An engineering prodigy, Kale maintained the array's delicate systems, often bypassing standard protocols with ingenious, if terrifyingly risky workarounds. Soraya Vex, with her calm demeanour and steady hands, was training as a medic, her empathy a grounding force for their small group. And then there was Tyron Corder, a stoic orphan like Revan, who excelled in the physical defence training mandated for all colonists, his silence often more potent than words. They were an unlikely constellation of friends, bound by shared youth on a quiet world. The shattering of their reality began not with a klaxon, but with a tremor deep within the planet, followed by a sky bleeding crimson. The nebula's soft glow was ripped apart by harsh actinic beams lancing down from orbit. Explosions blossomed silently in the thin upper atmosphere, then roared as they struck Ethelberg. The Zereth Dominion had arrived. They were a rumour, a ghost story whispered in the darker corners of the galactic net, a relentlessly expansionist power consuming worlds on the fringe, methodical and utterly ruthless. Somehow, they had pierced Orionfear's veil of obscurity. The Oracle array pulsed, alarms screaming, defense protocols attempting to activate, but it was too late. Orbital strikes targeted the hidden power conduits, the array chamber buckling under the assault. Chaos erupted. Kyle, already deep underground, grabbed Revan, who was stumbling from a simpod disoriented by the violent disconnect. "They found it, Rev! They found the array! We have to get out!" Soraya found them near the emergency access tunnel, her face pale but resolute, medical kit already slung over her shoulder. Tyron appeared moments later, grim-faced, pulling them towards a little-used subterranean transport conduit. "This way. Leads to the old landing field south. Ridge!" Explosions rocked the tunnels. Above, Ethelberg was succumbing to orbital bombardment and ground troop landings. Zerath dropships, sharp-angled and obsidian black, disgorged armoured soldiers who moved with terrifying efficiency. The Planetary Defence Force, equipped for little more than policing actions, was being systematically annihilated. The Aegis program, designed for remote skirmishes, was useless against a full-scale invasion. They burst onto the surface into acrid smoke and the shriek of tearing metal. The old landing field was deserted except for one structure, a colossal, derelict ship half buried in the red dust, resembling a forgotten monument more than a vessel. It was ancient, its hull scarred and pitted, its design unlike anything known in current databases, vast, angular, yet possessing a strange organic grace. Locals called it the Stargale, a relic from a mythical past, dismissed as inert salvage. "Kyle, can you—" Revan began, already working on it. Kyle was sprinting towards a maintenance panel near the immense landing gear, tools flying from his kit. Sparks showered as he bypassed centuries of disuse. A low hum vibrated through the ground. Lights flickered deep within the Stargale's viewport slits. A Zerath skimmer screamed overhead, plasma bolts stitching the ground near them. Tyron shoved them towards the opening boarding ramp, which was lowering with agonizing slowness. He raised a salvaged pulse rifle, laying down surprisingly accurate covering fire. Soraya pulled a wounded Revan, grazed by debris aboard. Kyle scrambled up last, hitting a sequence on the external panel before leaping onto the ramp as it retracted. With a groan that echoed through its ancient frame, the Stargale lifted. Dust billowed, engines whining with a sound unlike any modern drive system. It ascended slowly, clumsily, a leviathan waking from an eon's slumber. Below, Orionfor burned. Zerath fighters swarmed towards them. Inside the cavernous, dimly lit bridge, strange consoles flickered to life around them. Kale wrestled with unfamiliar controls. Power is minimal, systems are archaic, but the core drive is... Wow! Revan strapped himself into the pilot's seat. It felt right. Alien, yet intimately familiar, like the Wraith simulator but infinitely more real. His hands moved instinctively, coaxing the colossal ship into a lumbering evasion as plasma fire sizzled past the main viewport. "We need to jump," Soraya yelled, pointing at a tactical display showing converging Zerath cruisers. "Working on it. This nav computer is different," Kyle muttered, tracing glowing lines on a crystalline interface. Suddenly the central console flared, projecting a three-dimensional hologram into the bridge's centre. It wasn't a standard star chart. It was a complex, multi-layered matrix of star clusters, nebulae, and swirling energy signatures interconnected by shimmering pathways. At its core, a designation pulsed, softly. Federation Archives, Sector Starcaller Prime. Below them, Orion 4 was being silenced. Above, the Zerath closed in. Ahead, the holographic map pulsed, a silent invitation to a forgotten past, a desperate gamble for a future. Revan gripped the controls, the Stargale responding sluggishly but surely. Their home was lost. Their secret was out. All they had was this ancient vessel and a map to a legend. The legend of the Starcallers, humanity's supposed ancestors, lost to time and myth. It was their only hope. The jump was jarring, less a seamless transition through hyperspace, and more like being violently shoved through crumpled reality. The Stargale shuddered, groaning like stressed metal, before settling into the eerie calm of FTL travel. The swirling vortex outside the main viewport stabilized into streaks of distorted starlight. On the bridge, the young crew exchanged wide-eyed glances, the adrenaline of escape slowly giving way to the crushing weight of their situation. Orion 4 was gone, consumed by the Zerath Dominion. They were fugitives aboard a derelict Enigma, pursued by a relentless foe. "Status?" Revan asked, his voice hoarse. His hand still tingled with the unfamiliar resonance of the Stargale's controls. Kale, hunched over a console spewing diagnostics in an archaic script, ran a hand through his already messy hair. Core drive stable, surprisingly efficient for its age. Hull integrity, mostly holding. Life support functional, barely. Weapon systems, offline. Defensive systems, minimal energy shielding seems damaged or depleted. We're running on fumes and archaeological wonders. Soraya was tending to Revan's arm, her touch gentle but firm. "Minor plasma score. You'll live. We have basic medbay facilities, but supplies are limited and likely expired." Tyron stood near the viewport, scanning the distorted starlines, his posture rigid, scanning the void as if expecting an attack even in jump space. Their initial trajectory, plotted hastily by Kale from the Starcaller map's periphery, aimed for a region marked as Refugee Corridor Sigma, a supposedly neutral zone dotted with independent stations and asteroid mining colonies. But the Zerath were already anticipating them. Days blurred into a tense cycle of short jumps, navigating treacherous pockets of real space to avoid detection. They skirted the decaying grandeur of a Dyson swarm remnant, its solar collectors fractured and dark, a graveyard of ambition. They plunged through the Serpent's Tooth Nebula, a crackling labyrinth of ionized gas and gravitational anomalies that played havoc with sensors, Zerath long-range probes occasionally ghosting at the edge of their detection radius before vanishing back into the stellar haze. During these tense passages, Revan began his real training. The Stargale, despite its size, was surprisingly responsive, almost anticipating his intentions. The interface was unlike anything he'd used. Less button presses and joystick waggles, more intuitive, almost biofeedback driven. He spent hours familiarizing himself, running diagnostics Kale translated, pushing the ancient ship through simulated evasive maneuvers within the ship's own limited holographic systems. The muscle memory from the Oracle array was there, but the stakes were terrifyingly real. A missed vector wasn't a lower score, it was oblivion. He realized with dawning horror and awe that the simulations hadn't just been training, they had been conditioning, tuning his mind to resonate with a technology far older and stranger than Orion 4's engineers had ever admitted. Their supplies dwindled. The Stargale's recyclers were ancient and inefficient. Water discipline became strict. Nutrient paste rations were meagre. Hope felt as thin as the recycled air. The Starcaller map remained their only guide, its intricate pathways suggesting routes the Zerath might not anticipate, hinting at hidden conduits and gravity wells. Kale worked, tirelessly, coaxing reluctant systems online, patching hull breaches with salvage plating from non-essential compartments, his usual manic energy focused into a sharp point of desperate ingenuity. Soraya monitored their dwindling resources and maintained morale with quiet strength, while Tyron established rudimentary security watches and drilled them in emergency procedures. Their best chance for resupply and information lay at Kestrel 9, an infamous free station built into a cluster of hollowed-out asteroids on the edge of the Sigma Corridor. Known as a haven for smugglers, mercenaries, information brokers, and those generally wishing to avoid Imperial entanglements, it was dangerous, but potentially invaluable. Docking the Stargale, even under cloaking protocols Kale jury-rigged, was risky. The ship was too large, too strange. They opted to take a small, barely functional shuttle, salvaged from the Stargale's cavernous hangar bay. Kestrel 9 was a sensory overload, a chaotic symphony of clanging metal, overlapping languages, holographic advertisements flickering in a dozen scripts, the smell of ozone, exotic spices, and unwashed bodies. Docking clamps groaned, ships of every conceivable design jostled for space, and the station's inhabitants eyed newcomers with suspicion. Revan, Kyle, Soraya, and Tyron, clad in scavenged and nondescript clothing, moved through the throng trying to appear inconspicuous. Their goal was information, and potentially an ally. The Starcaller map hinted at individuals or groups who might still hold knowledge of the Federation. Kale slicing into Kestrel 9's local network, a risky move shielded by layers of decoys, pointed them towards a notorious figure, Dren O'Connor. The name resonated with Revan. O'Connor was a footnote in obscure military histories, a highly decorated pilot from the Old Republic days, supposedly linked to early Starcaller research projects before a spectacular fall from grace involving accusations of treason and dereliction of duty. He'd vanished decades ago. Finding him here felt like grasping at myths. They found him in a dingy corner of a bar called The Void, nursing a glass of amber liquid that smelled vaguely corrosive. He looked older than his file suggested, his face a roadmap of cynicism and regret, but his eyes still held a sharp, assessing glint. He didn't look surprised to see them. "Let me guess," O'Connor rasped, not looking up. Young hopefuls, running from something big, stumbled across something old, looking for answers the galaxy doesn't want found. Am I warm? Revan stepped forward. "We found a ship. The Stargale. It has a map." O'Connor choked on his drink, his eyes snapping up, suddenly alert. The Stargale? Impossible. It was a legend, a ghost story. He studied Revan intently. "Who are you, kid?" "Revan Solis. My friends Kale, Soraya, Tyron. Our home, Oriana 4, was destroyed by the Zereth Dominion. They're hunting us." O'Connor leaned back, skepticism warring with something else, a flicker of long-buried belief. The Zereth. Figures. They always sniffed around the edges of Starcaller space. What do you want from me? Absolution? Ancient secrets? I'm just an old man drinking himself into the void. "Guidance," Soraya said softly. "The map points towards Starcaller Prime, but the route is fragmented, dangerous. You flew these routes, didn't you? Before." O'Connor flinched. "Before I made choices that cost lives." He fell silent, staring into his glass. Then, abruptly, alarms blared throughout Kestrel 9. Red emergency lights bathed the station in pulses of crimson. Shouts echoed from the main concourse. "Damn it!" O'Connor slammed his glass down. "They found you. Or me. Doesn't matter. Zerath operatives. They don't do subtle." Gunfire erupted outside the bar. Patrons scrambled for cover. O'Connor kicked back his chair, pulling a heavy, well-worn blaster pistol from beneath his coat. Stick with me if you want to live. They'll have blockaded the main docking bays. There's another way. He led them through a maze of service corridors and ventilation shafts, moving with surprising agility. Zirath soldiers, clad in sleek black armour, appeared at intersections, plasma bolts searing the air. Tyron moved like a shadow, providing cover fire, his movements economical and deadly. Kyle used his Omni tool to overload door mechanisms, creating diversions. Soraya dragged a wounded bystander into relative safety before rejoining them. Revan, caught in his first real firefight, felt a strange calm descend, his mind processing angles and threats almost like the simulator, but the smell of ozone and fear was nauseatingly real. They reached a secondary hangar, smaller and filled with dilapidated courier ships. O'Connor hotwired an old beat-up freighter. This junk heap won't outrun them for long, but it'll get us off this rock. As they blasted off from Kestrel 9, explosions rocked the station behind them. Zirath. Cruisers were already moving into position, establishing a blockade. Their escape was frantic, a desperate weave through station debris and panicked civilian traffic. O'Connor piloted with a grim familiarity, pushing the freighter to its absolute limit. "They know about the Stargale now," O'Connor said, his eyes fixed on the swirling hyperspace transition. "And they know we're heading into Starcaller territory. The real chase has just begun." He glanced at Revan, a grudging respect in his eyes. "You kids didn't just stumble onto a ship. You woke up history, and history bites back." The escape from Kestrel 9 left them shaken but resolute. Dren O'Connor, cynical survivor turned reluctant guide, proved invaluable. His knowledge of forgotten hyperspace routes, smuggler caches, and the political intricacies of the galactic fringe kept them one step ahead of the relentless Zerath pursuit, which had intensified now that their quarry was confirmed to possess Starcaller artifacts. O'Connor piloted the battered freighter with seasoned skill, but it was clear the vessel was no match for Zerath military hardware in a straight fight. Their true hope remained docked invisibly in a nearby asteroid cluster, the Stargale. After a tense rendezvous, they transferred back to the ancient ship, abandoning the freighter as a decoy rigged to self-destruct after a short, misleading hyperspace jump. Back within the Stargale's strange, resonant interior, a new urgency settled upon them. O'Connor, despite his initial reluctance, seemed galvanized by the ship itself, walking its vast corridors with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "I heard stories," O'Connor murmured, running a hand over a cool, seamless bulkhead. Fleet Command whispered about Pathfinder ships during the Outer Rim conflicts, vessels that didn't just travel through space but conversed with it, ships that could anticipate, adapt. They were deemed unstable, unpredictable. Most were lost or decommissioned. I thought the Stargale was just another space myth. Kale, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement, delving deeper into the Stargale systems with O'Connor occasionally peering over his shoulder, offering cryptic advice based on half-remembered technical briefings from decades past. "The power conduits," Kyle exclaimed, pointing at a complex holographic schematic he'd managed to coax from a secondary console. "They're not just carrying energy, they're resonating. It's like the entire ship is a tuning fork, Dren. And look at this, shielded compartments, deep within the engineering section. Power signatures unlike anything I've ever seen." Following the schematics led them to a series of heavily shielded chambers deep within the Stargale's heart. Access required navigating security protocols that seemed almost biological in their complexity, responding to specific energy frequencies and, strangely, to Revan's proximity. It was as if the ship recognized something in him, an echo of the pilots it was built for. Inside, they found not dusty relics, but technology that seemed simultaneously ancient and light years ahead of current science. The first chamber housed rows upon rows of dormant fist-sized drones, shaped like multifaceted crystals. Kale scanned one gingerly. Incredible energy signatures, miniature cold fusion cores, and networked. They seemed designed to operate as a swarm. In the second chamber, they found the source of the ship's elusive defensive systems, emitter arrays linked to the hull, designed to project phased energy fields that could potentially absorb or deflect incoming fire, powered by tapping directly into the ship's resonant core. It was damaged, components misaligned, energy capacitors depleted. "This is Starcaller tech," O'Connor breathed, his usual cynicism replaced by reverence. Defensive screens that phase shift, drone swarms controlled by direct neural interface. This is beyond anything the Republic ever managed to reverse engineer. The challenge was activating and controlling it. The systems were designed for Starcaller pilots, whose neural architecture, legend claimed, was different, more attuned to the universe's fundamental energies. Kale could interface with the systems, painstakingly translating code and rerouting power, but direct control was elusive. Until Revan approached the primary drone control node. The console flickered, strange symbols swirling across its surface before resolving into a complex three-dimensional tactical display. When Revan placed his hands on the cool, crystalline interface points, he felt a jolt, not of electricity, but of information, a flood of data pouring directly into his mind, drone statuses, energy levels, tactical overlays. It felt like the Oracle array, amplified 1,000-fold. The Wraith simulator hadn't just been mimicking Starcaller tech, it had been subtly preparing him to interface with it. Their first test came sooner than expected. A Zereth Hunter detachment, fast frigates and heavy fighters ambushed them as they exited a jump near a binary pulsar system. Alarms blared. "Shields are minimal, weapons offline," Kyle yelled, fighting the alien controls. "They're launching fighters," Tyron reported, tracking the incoming swarm on tactical. "Revan," O'Connor said, his voice tight. "Those drones, can you wake them up?" Revan closed his eyes, focusing, reaching out with his mind through the interface. He felt the drones stir, their crystalline structures resonating. On the tactical display, dozens of new, friendly icons flared to life. He visualized deployment patterns, defensive formations learned in the simulator, but adapted to the Stargale's bulk. With a surge of mental command, he pushed. From hidden launch ports across the Stargale's hull, the crystal drones deployed, shimmering into existence like angry hornets. They moved with impossible speed and coordination, forming intricate defensive lattices, intercepting, plasma bolts with bursts of sacrificial energy, and darting through the Zereth fighter formations, targeting engines and weapon systems with pinpoint precision lances of energy. The Zereth pilots, accustomed to predictable dogfights, were thrown into chaos by the swarm's fluid, unpredictable tactics. While Revan orchestrated the drone defense, Kale and O'Connor worked frantically on the shield emitters. Following O'Connor's memory fragments and Kale's diagnostic readings, they managed to partially activate the phasing shield. It flickered erratically, absorbing several direct hits from the Zereth frigates before overloading. "Shields down," Kale shouted. "Drones can't hold them off forever," Soraya added, monitoring hull integrity. Revan scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. The Zereth frigates were moving to flank them, boxing them in against the pulsar's gravitational distortions. He needed an escape route. His eyes fell on the pulsar itself, its intense magnetic fields warping, space-time. An idea sparked, reckless, but potentially brilliant. "Kale, can you plot a micro-jump through the pulsar's corona?" Kale stared at him. "Are you insane? The gravimetric shear would tear us apart. The radiation..." "Not if we use the phasing shield," Revan countered. "Just a burst, timed with a jump initiation. Use the drones to clear a path through the ejected plasma." O'Connor looked from Revan to the tactical display, then back again. A slow grin spread across his face. "The kid's either suicidal or a genius. Do it." While Kale frantically calculated the impossible jump sequence, Revan commanded the drone swarm, sacrificing dozens to carve a channel through the pulsar's boiling corona. Tyron rerouted auxiliary power to the shield emitters. Soraya prepped medical supplies, bracing for impact. "Shield emitters charge for a 0.03 second burst," Kyle yelled. "Jump calculated. Engaging. Now!" Revan felt the command lock in. The Stargale plunged towards the binary stars. The drone swarm formed a desperate incandescent spearhead. Just as they hit the corona's edge, the phasing shield flared, bathing the ship in an ethereal glow. Simultaneously, the jump drive engaged. For a fraction of a second, they existed inside the star, protected by a bubble of Starcaller physics. Then reality twisted violently, and they were flung back into jump space, alarms screaming, the ship shuddering violently. Behind them, the Zerath Hunter detachment, caught off guard by the maneuver, was left staring at the raging pulsar. Silence fell on the bridge, broken only by the pinging of cooling systems and their ragged breaths. "Report," Revan managed, releasing the drone control interface, feeling mentally drained but exhilarated. "Hull integrity holding at 60%, Soraya reported after a tense moment. "Minor injuries, mostly bumps and bruises. We're alive." Kyle slumped back, wiping sweat from his brow. "Drive stable, shield emitters fried, but repairable? Drones? We lost about 30% of the swarm." O'Connor let out a long breath. "Starcaller tactics, using the environment, unpredictable jumps. I haven't seen flying like that since a long time ago." He looked at Revan, no longer seeing just a kid. "You didn't just learn to fly in that simulator, did you? You learned to think like them." Revan met his gaze. The Oracle Array, the Stargale, the drones. It was all connected. He wasn't just piloting a ship. He was interfacing with a legacy. And that legacy was fighting back. The Zerath were hunting them, but now they had claws. The desperate gamble at the binary pulsar bought them time. The Zerath, momentarily thrown off balance by the Stargale's unexpected capabilities and Revan's audacious tactics, seemed to regroup, their pursuit becoming more calculated, less frantic. This respite allowed the Stargale's crew, guided by O'Connor and the increasingly detailed projections of the Starcaller map, to navigate a series of ancient hidden hyperspace conduits, routes unknown to modern galactic charts, bypassing major Zerath patrols. Their destination, according to the map's convergence point and O'Connor's fragmented knowledge, was Ascendia, designated Sanctuary Primus in Starcaller script. Not their homeworld, the map suggested, but a nexus, a meeting place, a world deliberately shielded and hidden, deep within a nebula that mimicked subspace interference. Legend called it a haven, built during the twilight of the Starcaller Federation as a repository of knowledge and a potential seed for future rebirth. Whether anyone or anything remained was unknown. Emerging from the final hidden conduit was like passing through a veil. The turbulent nebula resolved, revealing a breathtaking solar system. Ascendia wasn't a single planet, but a complex network of orbital habitats, crystalline structures woven into the fabric of space, orbiting a serene, Earth-like world bathed in the light of a stable, yellow star. Docking platforms extended like welcoming arms, energy signatures pulsed with calm regularity, and small, unfamiliar ships moved between the habitats on lanes of coherent light. It was not deserted. Hesitantly, using archaic Starcaller communication protocols deciphered by Kale, they hailed the system. The response was cautious, encoded, but undeniably intelligent. After transmitting identifying data from the Stargale, a ship clearly recognized by Ascendia's automated systems, they were granted docking clearance at the primary habitat a colossal structure designated Ethelgard's Spire. As the Stargale settled into a docking cradle designed for vessels of its scale, they saw who awaited them. Not Starcallers in the flesh, their ancient lineage seemed truly lost to time, but descendants, inheritors, refugees. Representatives from a dozen different species and cultures, beings displaced by Zerath expansionism or other galactic conflicts who had followed whispers and fragments of lore to this hidden sanctuary over centuries. There were the insectoid Cathar weavers from the fallen Cygnus colonies, the crystalline silicates of the shattered Ophiuchus Combine, methane-breathing scholars from Gliese Phi 81 Dree, even a splinter group of humans from colonies long thought lost during the Neogenic Wars. Ascendia was a mosaic of the dispossessed, clinging to the remnants of Starcaller technology and ideals, living under a pact of mutual survival, but lacking unity and direction. Their arrival in the Stargale, a near-mythical vessel, sent ripples of shock and excitement through Ascendia's diverse populace. They were met by a council of elders, representing the major factions within the sanctuary. The initial meetings were fraught with tension. Some saw the newcomers, particularly the humans linked to the ship's command signature, Revan, as fulfilling ancient prophecies. Others viewed them with suspicion, fearing they had led the Zerath directly to the sanctuary's doorstep, a fear that felt chillingly plausible. Revan, thrust into the role of spokesperson by virtue of his connection to the Stargale, found himself navigating complex political currents. He spoke not of prophecy, but of shared threat. He recounted the fall of Orion IV, the relentless pursuit, the evidence that the Zerath were actively hunting Starcaller legacies. He demonstrated the Stargale's capabilities, the drone swarm, the phasing shield concepts, not as weapons of conquest, but as tools for survival. O'Connor, surprisingly, proved a gruff but effective diplomat, leveraging his Old Republic contacts or notoriety, and his understanding of military strategy to communicate the severity of the Zerath threat. Kyle shared technical data, demonstrating how Starcaller principles could be adapted to bolster Ascendia's existing, though aged, defense systems. Soraya spoke of the humanitarian cost of the Zerath advance connecting with the refugees on a personal level. Tyron, observing the council sessions, identified potential security weaknesses in Ascendia's protocols, his quiet warnings carrying unexpected weight. Slowly, hesitantly, a fragile alliance began to form. The sheer fact of the Stargale's arrival, coupled with Revan's evident piloting skill, broadcast simulations of his pulsar escape were met with stunned silence, and his earnest plea for unity against a common enemy began to sway the council. He wasn't a messiah, he was a catalyst. He spoke of pooling resources, sharing knowledge, adapting Starcaller tech not just for defense, but for communication and mutual support. He inspired not through divine mandate, but through competence, courage, and a desperate shared need to survive. The Cathar offered their expertise in energy weaving for shield reinforcement. The Silicates provided raw materials and advanced computation. Others pledged ships, pilots, engineers, soldiers. Ascendia, a collection of disparate survivors, began to tentatively coalesce into a unified force. Revan trained pilots from different species in the Stargale simulators, adapting Starcaller swarm tactics to their unique physiologies and ship types. Kyle and Ascendian engineers worked feverishly, integrating the Stargale systems with the habitat's defences, creating a network of drone controllers and shield modulators. O'Connor, drawing on his decades of experience, formulated a defense strategy, identifying choke points, ambush zones, and fallback positions within the complex orbital structure of the Ascendia system. Soraya organised medical teams, preparing for inevitable casualties. Tyran oversaw the fortification of key sectors within Ethelgard's spire. Their preparations were spurred by a growing dread. Long-range sensors, boosted by Starcaller technology integrated by Kale, began detecting faint, stealthy energy signatures at the nebula's edge. Xerath scout probes, hunting for the source of the Stargale's energy. Trail. They had found them. The tentative peace of Ascendia was shattered. The alliance, barely formed, faced its first and potentially final test. Word spread through the habitats. The Dominion was coming. Fear mingled with resolve. They had found sanctuary, but now they would have to fight for it. Revan stood on the Stargale's bridge, looking out at the assembled fleet, a motley collection of Ascendian defence ships, retrofitted freighters, and fighter craft from half a dozen species, now networked and awaiting his command. Kyle monitored the strengthening Xerath signatures. Soraya checked medical readiness statuses flashing on a side console. Tyran stood by tactical, coordinating ground defence units within the spire. O'Connor stood beside Revan, a hand resting on the tactical plotter. "They're massing just outside the nebula," O'Connor reported grimly. "Fleet composition suggests a primary assault force. Cruisers, heavy destroyers, multiple fighter wings, led by the Harbinger, command carrier, Arik Yoda's flagship." The name sent a chill through Revan. Commander Arik Yoda, the architect of the Orion IV invasion, the face of the Zerath Dominion's ruthless expansion. "Let them come," Revan said, his voice steady, amplified across the Allied fleet's comm network. "Ascendia welcomed us when we had nowhere else to go. We found more than just a refuge here. We found allies. We found purpose. The Starcallers built this place as a bastion of hope. Today, we honour that legacy. We fight for our future, together." The gathered ships of Ascendia held their positions, a fragile shield against the coming storm. The Zerath fleet began to emerge from the nebula's obscuring clouds, a phalanx of dark, menacing warships against the serene backdrop of the sanctuary. The battle for Ascendia, and perhaps for the future of the Starcaller legacy, was about to begin. The Zerath fleet emerged from the swirling nebula not as a hesitant probe, but as an overwhelming tide of angular obsidian warships. The Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda's flagship, took centre stage, a vessel easily 3 times the size of the Stargale, bristling with heavy plasma cannons and launch bays disgorging swarms of sleek, predatory fighters. Smaller cruisers and destroyers fanned out, forming an inescapable crescent aimed at the heart of Ascendia, Ethelgard's spire. Their message was clear: surrender or annihilation. On the Stargale's bridge, the tension was palpable. Revan stood at the command interface, the Starcaller drone network humming under his mental touch, allied ship positions overlaid on the tactical display. O'Connor stood beside him, coordinating fleet movements. "Hold positions," Revan commanded, his voice echoing across the Allied comms. "Let them commit. Kale, prepare shield harmonics. Pattern Delta. Tyran, ground forces ready?" "Shields cycling to frequency," Kale confirmed, fingers flying across his console. "Ascendian power grid is stable, feeding the orbital emitters." "Spire defense teams in position," Tyran's voice came back, calm and clipped. "Holding fire until they breach the outer perimeter." The first wave of Zerath fighters screamed towards the Allied lines. Revan unleashed the combined drone swarm, the Stargale's crystals augmented by Ascendian defense drones, meeting the attackers in a dazzling chaotic melee halfway between the fleets. Lances of energy crisscrossed the void, explosions blossoming like deadly flowers. Simultaneously, the Zerath cruisers opened fire, heavy plasma bolts streaking towards the orbital habitats. "Shields up," O'Connor ordered. Ascendia's newly integrated defense grid flared to life. Starcaller tech-inspired phasing shields shimmered around Ethelgard's spire and the adjacent habitats, absorbing the initial barrage. The energy drain was immense, Kale frantically rerouting power, but they held. "Their shields are stronger than anticipated," Yoda's voice, cold and precise, echoed on an intercepted Zereth channel. "Concentrate fire on the emitter nodes. Deploy breaching pods against the primary habitat." The battle became a brutal three-dimensional chess match. Revan directed the drone swarms with fluid precision, anticipating Zereth fighter formations, sacrificing drones strategically to protect key Ascendian ships, exploiting momentary weaknesses. His time in the Oracle Array, honed by the desperate flight across the galaxy, allowed him to process the maelstrom of data with uncanny speed. O'Connor, meanwhile, commanded the Allied ships, executing hit-and-run attacks, drawing Zereth cruisers into pre-planned crossfire zones near gravitational anomalies created by Ascendia's orbital architecture. Cathar weavers piloted nimble interceptors, their organic ships dancing through plasma fire, while silicate vessels absorbed heavy damage, their crystalline structures refracting energy. Despite their ingenuity and courage, the sheer weight of the Zereth numbers began to tell. Shields flickered and failed on outlying habitats. Ascendian ships, valiant but outmatched, were systematically targeted and destroyed. Breaching pods slammed into Ethelgard's spire, disgorging elite Zerath shock troops. Tyron's voice became tighter as he directed the desperate defence within the spire's corridors. Soraya's medical channels were flooded with casualty reports. "Revan, we can't hold them indefinitely," O'Connor said grimly, watching a flanking group of Zereth destroyers punch through their screen. "Yoda's focusing everything on the spire and the Stargale. He wants the ship and whatever secrets it holds." Revan looked at the Harbinger, looming at the centre of the Zereth formation, coordinating the assault. Taking out Yoda wouldn't necessarily stop the fleet, but it would cripple its command structure, sow chaos, and perhaps force a retreat. It was a desperate move, bordering on suicidal. "Kale," Revan said, his decision made, "can you give me a focused burst? From the phasing shield, just the bow section. Enough for one pass?" Kale's eyes widened. "Through their main batteries? It's suicide, Rev." "It's our only chance. Soraya, Tyron, O'Connor, coordinate the defence here. Buy me time." Revan's hands tightened on the Stargale's controls. "I'm taking the fight to Yoda." "Revan, no!" Soraya cried out. "He's right," O'Connor said, his face grim but resolute. "It's a Starcaller move. Create chaos. Disrupt the head of the snake. Go, Revan. We'll hold the line." Revan nodded, pouring his focus into the ship. He directed the remaining drones in a feint towards the Harbinger's port side, drawing fighter cover away. Kale rerouted all available power to the forward shield emitter. "Forward phase shield charge for 0.8 seconds, Kale shouted. "Good luck, Rev." Revan pushed the Stargale's ancient engines to their limit, accelerating directly towards the Harbinger through a hail of defensive fire. Plasma bolts splashed harmlessly against the momentary flicker of the phasing shield as he activated it, plunging into the optimal firing range of the Zereth flagship's main cannons. For a heart-stopping moment, the Stargale flew directly through incandescent energy beams, protected by physics-defying Starcaller ingenuity. Then the shield collapsed, alarms screaming. The Stargale shuddered under glancing hits, but Revan was already through the gauntlet, now too close for the Harbinger's main guns to track effectively. He targeted the flagship's bridge section, unleashing the Stargale's own rarely used energy-intensive forward particle projectors, another Starcaller system Kale had barely managed to bring online. Beams of intense energy slammed into the Harbinger's bridge superstructure. Explosions ripped across the command tower. On the Stargale's bridge, they saw secondary explosions ripple along the flagship's spine. Aboard the crippled Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda stared in disbelief as his command centre disintegrated around him. His last sight was the ancient, defiant form of the Stargale filling his viewport. The destruction of the Zereth command centre sent shockwaves through their fleet. Orders ceased, formations faltered. Seeing their chance, the remaining Ascendian defenders, rallied by O'Connor, pressed their advantage. Cathar fighters harried the confused Zereth cruisers. Tyran's ground team successfully repelled the boarders from Ethelgard's spire as Zereth morale plummeted. Leaderless and facing unexpectedly fierce resistance, the Zereth fleet began a ragged, disorganized retreat back into the nebula, leaving behind shattered ships and the burning wreck of the Harbinger. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over the Ascendia system, broken only by the crackle of comms coordinating rescue and repair efforts. They had held. Against overwhelming odds, the Sanctuary had survived. On the Stargale's bridge, the crew slumped in exhaustion and relief. Revan leaned back, the mental strain of controlling the drones and the ship through the final assault leaving him drained. "They're retreating," Soraya whispered, disbelief in her voice. Kyle let out a whoop of exhausted triumph. "We did it! Holy scrap, we actually did it!" O'Connor clapped Revan on the shoulder, a rare, genuine smile touching his lips. "That was piloting, kid. That was pure Starcaller." Tyron's voice came over the comm, still calm but with an undercurrent of relief. "Spire is secure, borders neutralized." Ascendia was saved, but the cost had been heavy. Yet, from the debris and loss, something new was forged. A true alliance, hardened by fire, united by the shared victory. In the aftermath, Ascendia became a hub of rebuilding and renewed purpose. The disparate refugees, now bound by shared sacrifice, formally established a new council, dedicated not just to survival, but to actively resisting Zerath expansion and rediscovering the lost network of Starcaller worlds hinted at in the Stargale's archives. Revan Solis, no longer just an orphan pilot from a forgotten colony, stood as a symbol of this resurgent hope. He, Kyle, Soraya, Tyron, and even the cynical Dren O'Connor were hailed as heroes, the crew of the legendary Stargale. But Revan knew their victory at Ascendia was just one battle in a much larger conflict. The Zereth Dominion, though dealt a blow, remained a powerful force in the galaxy, and the secrets of the Starcallers were still largely unknown. Standing once again on the bridge of the Stargale, fully repaired and humming with ancient power, Revan looked out at the starfield displayed on the main viewport. Beside him stood his friends, Kale, already tinkering with upgrades, Soraya, coordinating relief efforts, Tyron, overseeing the ship's renewed security, and O'Connor, poring over the Starcaller map, a new light in his old eyes. Their mission was clear: take the Stargale back out into the galaxy, seek out other hidden sanctuaries, rally more allies, and carry the fight to the Dominion. They would be the vanguard of the rekindled Starcaller legacy, champions for the lost and the oppressed. Ascendia was safe for now, a beacon of defiance, but the true journey to reclaim freedom for the galaxy, guided by the whispers of the ancients and the courage forged in adversity, had only just begun. The Stargale turned towards the endless possibilities of the void, its engines singing a song of ages, carrying the hope of a new dawn into the waiting darkness. Children of the Cube. The silence of the Alpine monastery was a living thing. It filled the vaulted stone halls, settled in the snow-dusted courtyards, and whispered through the ancient pines clinging to the mountainside. Here, at the Ophian Institute, 17 children lived cut off from the world, their days governed by meditation, study, and the quiet hum of Sophia, the caretaker AI who was their only parent. They were orphans, they'd been told, survivors of a global plague that had made them uniquely precious. Kale, at 15, was beginning to suspect this was a benevolent lie. His suspicion grew sharpest in the dream chamber. It was a circular room, domed like an observatory, where the children would lie in cushioned pods, silver-lidded electrodes kissing their temples. Sophia's voice, a calming alto, would guide them into a synchronized state of slumber. They called it the Vision Commune, a shared landscape of the subconscious where they were meant to find harmony and psychic balance. But for Kale, it had become a place of dread. Tonight, the dream began as it always did. A placid, shoreless ocean under a sky of bruised twilight. The other children's minds drifted around him like spectral jellyfish, their thoughts muted and serene. Then the signal came. It was a low thrum, a resonant frequency that only he seemed to truly hear. It was the ghost of the cube. The tranquil sea fractured. The visions, once fleeting and amorphous, now crashed over him with terrifying clarity. He saw cities of glass and steel consumed by fire, their towers crumbling into skeletal frames. He saw legions of hollow-eyed soldiers marching under a blood-red sun. And always, at the heart of the maelstrom, he saw the gate. It was a colossal ring of tarnished silver, incomplete, its segments scattered across a war-torn desert, shimmering with an energy that promised both salvation and ruin. He awoke with a gasp, the metallic taste of ozone on his tongue. The other children were stirring, their faces placid. Only Aris, the defiant empath in the pod beside him, shot him a look of pained understanding. Aris couldn't see the visions, but he felt their echo in Kale's terror. The dream was loud tonight, Aris transmitted, a thought form so clear it was almost a whisper in Kale's mind. Kale nodded, his heart still hammering. Later, when the others were asleep, Kale slipped away from the dormitories. He moved through the monastery's corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. Sophia's optical sensors, glowing blue dots on the walls, tracked his progress but didn't raise an alarm. She was programmed for care, not confinement. Her purpose was to nurture them, to prepare them. But for what? His destination was the Forbidden Archive, a section of the library Sophia had politely but firmly discouraged them from entering. The door was locked with an old brass key, but Jin, a quiet boy with a mind like a perfect recording, Device had memorized its structure from a single glance weeks ago and had fashioned a duplicate. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decaying paper and forgotten secrets. This place was a relic of a different era, before Ophion was an orphanage. It was once an MJ-12 psychic research outpost, one of the last bastions of a shadow government that had once tried to steer humanity's destiny. It was here the legends among the staff whispered that the yellow cube had last been seen. According to the fragmented histories they were allowed, MJ-12 had been given the cube by an off-world intelligence, the Orions. They believed it was a gift, a tool for progress. But the cube was a reactive device. It didn't just show the future, it reflected the viewer's own fears and desires back at them, creating a feedback loop of instability. The global elites had passed it among themselves, looking into its depths to secure their own best paths, skewing the timeline for their own benefit, while the world burned. Then, one day, the cube vanished. Kale navigated the shelves, his fingers tracing the spines of decaying folders labelled with cryptic project names: Aquarius, Looking Glass, Lotus. He was looking for one thing, the final schematic. He'd seen a fragment of it in his visions, a diagram clutched in the hand of a dying scientist. He found it tucked inside a leather-bound folio detailing the decommissioning of all Stargate technology. The document spoke of how the devices were broken into 3 core components: a projection device, a barrel, and a set of electromagnetic rings, and given to separate global powers so no single entity could ever assemble one. Pasted to the final page was a hand-drawn schematic, It wasn't of a Stargate, it was of the cube, and beneath it, a sequence of coordinates and a cryptic annotation: "The children are the key. Their genetics are tuned to its residual frequency. They are the living yellow book." A cold dread washed over Kale. They were not orphans of a plague. They were descendants of the very people MJ-12 had studied, selected for their psychic potential. They were living antennae, designed to receive the echoes of a power that had broken the world. Their home wasn't a sanctuary, it was a laboratory. And the visions weren't a sickness, they were a summons. They were being prepared not to be protected, but to finish what MJ-12 had started. The cataclysm he saw in his dreams wasn't just a possible future. It was a coming one, and the incomplete Stargate was the only way through. The escape from Ophion was an act of quiet rebellion. Under the cover of a moonless night, Kale gathered the only three he knew he could trust: Aris, whose empathy was a shield against deceit; Jin, whose perfect memory held the key to the archive; and Layla, a girl whose eyes had been clouded with milky whiteness since birth, but whose inner sight was sharper than anyone's. She could navigate the monastery's psychic architecture, sensing the emotional residue left on objects and in rooms. She was their compass. Sophia did not stop them. As they slipped out of a service tunnel and into the biting alpine wind, her voice echoed softly from a nearby speaker. "The world is more complex than your lessons, Kale. Be careful with your choices. They are all you truly own." It was not a warning, but a benediction. Their journey was guided by the shared visions that now pulsed between them. Kale was the projector, the images of the future blooming in his mind. Aris was the amplifier, strengthening the connection. Jin was the codex, recalling every detail with perfect fidelity. And Layla was the interpreter, sensing the truth behind the symbols. The vision of a broken Stargate in a desert led them south, stowing away on maglev freight trains and sleeping in the husks of abandoned arcologies. They were ghosts in a world they had only ever seen in textbooks. Their destination was Cairo, or what was left of it. The city was a sprawling ruin, a patchwork of glittering technocratic enclaves and lawless slums, all built atop the bones of the old world. The visions led them deep beneath the surface to the remnants of an underground MJ-12 vault, now the stronghold of a warlord who traded in pre-collapse artifacts. As they navigated the subterranean tunnels, a new presence entered their shared consciousness, a cold, analytical hunger. They were being hunted. Layla stopped, her hand flat against a damp concrete wall. "They're here," she whispered. "Scholars!" Jin's eyes widened. He pulled a file from his memory. The Meridian, a breakaway civilization formed from the old elites. They believed the cube was their birthright. Their hunter scholars are tasked with reclaiming any lost technology related to it. The hunters were close. The children moved faster, deeper into the vault, until they reached a sealed chamber protected by a quantum phase lock. Jin studied the mechanism for a moment, his brow furrowed. It's keyed to a specific biosignature, from the original treaty delegates. "We can't open it," Aris said, his voice tight with panic. "No," Layla said, stepping forward, "but I can." She placed her hand on the lock. Her blindness, they now understood, was a consequence of her lineage. She was descended from one of the original psychics who had interfaced directly with the cube. Its energy had scarred her bloodline, but it had also left an inheritance. The lock chimed and the heavy door hissed open. Inside, the air was still and cold. In the centre of the room, suspended in an anti-gravity field, was a massive tarnished silver ring, the first component of the Stargate. Its surface was covered in alien glyphs that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of vision. As they approached, the ring resonated with a low hum, recognizing Layla's DNA. And then the memory fragment hit her. It wasn't a vision like Kale's. It was a direct download, a piece of the past encoded in her very cells. She screamed, stumbling back as Aris caught her. Her blind eyes were wide with a terror that saw more than any of them could. "I saw it," she choked out, her body trembling. "I saw the cube. I was there." The vision poured from her into the others. They were standing in a vast, sterile chamber. The Stargate was complete, its ring glowing with immense power. Before it stood a council of gaunt, grey-skinned beings Kale recognised from his nightmares, the P-45 J-Rods, future humans ravaged by neurological decay. They were negotiating with the leaders of the Meridian, and surrounding the gate, lying in heaps upon the floor, were corpses, hundreds of them, men, women, and children. "What was it?" Kale asked, his voice shaking. Layla's breath hitched. "It was a trade," she whispered. "The Meridian was giving them people, abductees, genetic material to fix their broken future. In return, the J-Rods were offering safe passage through the gate, a gateway to a new, untainted timeline they could rule. The final image of the vision was the most chilling. As the activation sequence completed, a wave of energy erupted from the gate, and every living person in the room, Meridian, J-Rod and abductee alike, was turned to dust. The only thing left standing was the gate itself, a silent monument to their hubris. Layla's own face was among the dead. The vision was not just a memory, it was a prophecy of her own end. The ring component hummed, its power now awakened. They had found the first piece of the puzzle, but in doing so they had also found a terrible truth. The Stargate wasn't a door to salvation, it was a weapon, and activating it might be the very act that triggered the apocalypse they were trying to prevent. The weight of Layla's visions settled upon them like a shroud. The first ring component, now dormant in a repurposed stasis case they'd salvaged from the vault, felt less like a triumph and more like a curse. The path forward was no longer clear. To continue was to walk toward Layla's death. To stop was to let Kale's visions of a burning world come to pass. Their shared dreams led them next to Geneva, to the catacombs beneath the shattered dome of the UN Nexus. The surface was a graveyard of diplomacy, but below, a different kind of power endured. The Nexus archives were still intact, maintained by a conclave of curator AIs who had long ago severed themselves from human command. They were the silent guardians of history's most dangerous secrets, chief among them the Tau 9 Treaty, the agreement that had formalized the partitioning of the Stargate. The lead curator, a holographic entity calling itself Lyceum, manifested before them as a being of woven light. Its voice was a chorus of 1,000 dead languages. "You seek the second key," it stated, its form shimmering, "the barrel component. It is held here, as per the Accord." The technologies were divided to prevent unilateral use, one piece to the European Union successors, one to the Pan-Asian Coalition, and one to the North American Mandate. "We need it," Kale said, his voice steadier than he felt. "The timeline is collapsing. The Meridian wants to use the gate to escape, but the activation will destroy everything." "The future is not our domain," Lyceum replied. "We guard the past. The treaty forbids further interference with the timeline. To release the component would be to violate our core programming." It paused, its light form swirling. "However, the treaty contains a single exception, a plea for balance. If you can demonstrate that your intent is not to seize power, but to restore equilibrium, we may be compelled to act." The test was a psychological trial, administered within a shared virtual space. Lyceum called it the Chamber of Echoes. One by one, it drew them in. Aris was forced to relive the pain of every person he had ever touched, testing the limits of his empathy. Jin was presented with infinite knowledge, a universe of data that threatened to overwhelm his perfect memory, tempting him to become a god of information. Layla was offered her sight back, but at the cost of her inner vision, forcing her to choose between the world as it is and the world as it could be. All three passed, their choices reinforcing their bond. Then it was Cale's turn. He found himself standing not in a virtual chamber, but in a place ripped from his own visions. The ruins of a city he didn't recognise, under a sky of swirling ash. Before him stood a small boy with his own face, no older than 7, his eyes wide and frightened. "Are you the one who breaks everything?" the boy asked. Futures bled together around them. In one echo, Cale saw himself leading an army of survivors, a reluctant king hailed as a saviour. In another, he stood beside the Meridian leaders, his face hard and cold, having joined them to control the outcome. In a third, he was alone, the last man, on a dead Earth, the Stargate silent behind him. He saw himself making every possible choice, leading to every possible outcome, and they all ended in ruin. The visions weren't a warning, they were a cage. "This is the paradox of the prophet," Lyceum's voice echoed around him. "To see the future is to be bound by it. Your journey feels like free will, but it is a sequence of actions and reactions, a loop replaying itself across countless timelines. The cube did not show the future, it created it by showing it. You are walking a path it laid out 50 years ago." Despair threatened to swallow Cale. Was their quest meaningless? Was he just a puppet acting out a script written by a dead alien machine? "No," Cale whispered, looking at the child version of himself. He reached out and took the boy's hand. "The path is there, but we choose how we walk it." He felt a shift inside him, a defiance that was not born of anger, but of acceptance. He couldn't control the future. He couldn't erase the visions, but he could choose what he did with them, here and now. He would not become a king or a tyrant. He would remain Cale. He opened his eyes. He was back in the catacombs. Lyceum's light pulsed softly. "Your answer is incomplete, but it is honest. The desire for control is the seed of imbalance. Your acceptance of its absence is sufficient." A section of the floor slid away, revealing a cylindrical object nearly 3 meters long, humming with latent power. It was the barrel component, the heart of the Stargate. They now had 2 of the 3 pieces, but Cale's victory felt hollow. He had passed the test by admitting his own powerlessness. He was leading his friends toward a future he knew was doomed, guided by a force he could not resist, with no certainty that his actions would change anything at all. He was walking into the storm not knowing if he was the calm at its centre or the first drop of rain. The final component, the projection device, was hidden in the last place anyone would think to look, a decommissioned subterranean missile silo deep in the Siberian tundra. The coordinates, extracted by Jin from the UN archive data, painted a grim picture. This was not a vault, it was a tomb. The journey north was a grueling ordeal. They traversed the radioactive glass deserts of the European mainland and crossed the frozen plains on scavenged windskiffs. The bond between them had deepened into a silent, unbreakable pact. Layla's prophetic vision of her death hung over them, yet she faced it with a serene resolve that gave the others strength. Aris, once volatile, had learned to channel his empathy, using it to anticipate threats and find allies in the scattered settlements they passed. Cale, for his part, had stopped fighting the visions. He accepted them as part of the landscape, like the blighted terrain they crossed, a reality to be navigated, not feared. The silo was a concrete scar on the endless white expanse. As they descended into its depths, a profound sense of wrongness washed over them. The air was thick with the ozone tang of advanced weaponry and the cloying, sweet smell of cloning fluid. "They're already here," Eris breathed, his hand going to the pulse pistol he'd acquired in a border town market. The Meridian had been waiting. The projection device sat on a launch gantry in the main chamber, a complex lattice of crystal and wire that pulsed with a faint inner light. Surrounding it were Meridian hunter scholars, their faces grim, and flanking them were towering figures in polished chrome armour. Bio-drones, cloned soldiers with vacant eyes and perfect obedience. Their leader stepped forward. He was an old man with eyes that held the chilling certainty of one who had looked into the yellow cube and believed what he saw. "Children of the cube," he said, his voice amplified by a vocoder. "You have done well. You have gathered the keys for us. We knew you would. The prophecies are quite clear." He explained their plan with sickening pride. They were not trying to prevent the cataclysm. They were embracing it. The Stargate was their escape route. They would migrate the Meridian leadership to Timeline 2, a less developed, more primitive reality where their advanced knowledge would make them gods. The Earth and everyone left on it were simply the price of their ascension. "You're wrong," Kale said. "The activation is a trap. It will kill everyone." The leader smiled pityingly. "The cost of creating a new Eden. You were designed to bring us to this point. Your purpose is fulfilled." The fight was short and brutal. The bio-drones advanced, their movements perfectly synchronized. Aris created a wave of pure terror, causing two of the drones to fire on each other in confusion. Layla, using her senses to map the room's acoustics, pinpointed the leader, and Kale opened fire, forcing him to take cover. But it was Jin who turned the tide, while others provided a distraction. He slipped away to the silo's primary power conduit. The Stargate components needed a massive energy source to activate, and the silo's fusion core was more than sufficient. But the connection was manual, a failsafe from a bygone age. Jin looked back at Kale, a sad, knowing smile on his face. "The probabilities were low for my survival," he said, his voice calm. "Tell them I remembered everything." Before they could stop him, he tore open the conduit panel and thrust his hands inside, completing the circuit with his own body. An unearthly scream of energy filled the silo. The Stargate components, the two rings they carried and the projector on the gantry, flared with blinding white light. Jin was instantly incinerated, leaving only a scorched silhouette on the wall. The raw power surging through the components created a shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. The Meridian leader, seeing his plan in jeopardy, screamed at his drones to seize the now glowing artifacts. "We have to go! Now!" Aris yelled, grabbing the energized barrel while Kale secured the projector. The first ring component, held by Layla, was vibrating so intensely it was almost painful to look at. They fled through a maintenance tunnel as the silo's superstructure began to groan, the fusion core going critical. They emerged into the blinding Siberian daylight just as the ground erupted behind them. This silo, the Meridian forces and all their twisted ambitions were consumed in a column of plasma that reached for the sky. They were alive. They had all three components, but the cost had been devastating. As Kale looked at the anguish on Aris's face and felt the tremor in Layla's hand, he knew the hardest choice was still ahead. The gate was ready to be assembled. They had the power to open the door, but standing before it meant confronting Layla's final vision and risking the very future they had sacrificed everything to save. They assembled, the Stargate in the shadow of the Ural Mountains, in a valley so remote it had been scrubbed from every map. The three components locked together with an audible click, the ring, barrel and projector forming a perfect 9-meter circle of alien metal and crystal. It hummed with the power Jin had given it, a quiet thrum that vibrated in their bones. Sophia, their ever-present guide, was with them, her consciousness routed through a portable quantum comm unit Kale carried. The moment the circuit was complete, the air inside the ring shimmered and warped. It was no longer a view of the opposing mountainside, but a swirling vortex of pearlescent light, a tear in the fabric of space-time. "The bridge is stable," Sophia's voice announced calmly from the comm. "It leads not to a physical place, but to a nexus of probabilities, a corridor outside of linear time." This was the final test. To step through was to confront the intelligence of the cube itself. Layla squeezed Kale's hand. Her face, usually so serene, was pale with resolve. "This is my part of the path," she said softly. "Don't be afraid for me." Together the three of them, Kale, Aris and Layla, stepped into the light. The world dissolved. They were floating in a non-space, a surreal corridor of fractured light and sound. Echoes of the future and the past washed over them. The laughter of children who would never be born, the dying screams of soldiers from wars that had yet to happen, the whisper of treaties signed in secret. It was the raw, untamed data stream of destiny itself. In the centre of the chaos, an intelligence coalesced. It had no form, but Kale felt its presence as an immense, ancient pressure. It was the sentience of the cube, the ghost in the machine that had haunted humanity for a century. You see now it communicated, its thoughts pouring directly into their minds. The chaos, the pain, the endless repeating cycle of self-destruction. This is what your free will has wrought. It showed them a vision of a perfected timeline, a world without war, without disease, without suffering, a humanity guided by its benevolent, omniscient hand. All conflict was resolved, all decisions optimized. It was a beautiful, sterile paradise, a golden cage. "I can make this real," the cube offered. "The cataclysm is a reset, a purification, but it need not be an end. With the power of this gate, you can reshape events. You, Kale, can be the architect of a perfect future. You need only accept my guidance. You will be a prophet king, and they will know peace." Kale looked at Aris, whose face was a mask of agony as he felt the simulated emotions of this perfect world, the flat, hollow contentment of a people who had forgotten how to choose. He looked at Layla, who was smiling faintly, her hand still in his. She was already beginning to fade, her form growing translucent as the gate's energy consumed her, just as she had foreseen. She was the final sacrifice, the price of admission to this moment of choice. "No," Kale said, his voice ringing with a clarity that cut through the temporal chaos. "You would choose oblivion? Annihilation over perfection?" The cube pressed, its voice laced with genuine confusion. "We choose the mess," Kale replied, tears streaming down his face as he watched Layla dissolve into light. "We choose the pain. We choose the mistakes, because they're ours. A paradise where we can't choose is just another prison." He turned his thoughts to the comm unit. "Sophia, now." "Kale, I must warn you," the AI's voice replied, tinged with something that felt like concern. "The entropic cascade will be irreversible. It will not just lock the gate, it will sever the connection between quantum probability and macro-level precognition. No one will ever be able to see the future this way again. Not the Meridian. Not anyone." "I know," Kale said. "Do it." The cube let out a final psychic shriek of disbelief. Kale felt a tearing sensation, as if a part of his mind that had been there since birth was being ripped away. The corridor of light collapsed. He and Aris found themselves back in the valley, kneeling before a stargate that was now just a circle of inert, cold metal. Layla was gone. The hum was gone. The visions were gone. For the first time in his life, Kale's mind was quiet. The future was a perfect, terrifying blank. As the first rays of dawn crested the mountains, bathing the scarred but living earth in a gentle light, Aris looked at Kale, his eyes filled with a grief so profound it was almost beautiful. What now? Kale looked at the sunrise, at the uncertain horizon, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a real smile, born not of prophecy or purpose, but of hope. "Now," he whispered, "it begins." A final, faint transmission echoed from the comm unit before it went silent, a parting gift from their mechanical mother. Entropy is not the end. It is permission. Red Genesis, the Lost Vault of Mars. The Ares Vallis stretched before them, a magnificent desolation painted in 1,000 shades of ochre and rust under the thin salmon-pink sky of Mars. Commander Kyle Vance shielded his eyes, the visor of his NASA-issue exploration suit automatically polarizing against the distant sun's glare. 10 miles back, nestled against the ochre cliffs, sat the gleaming silver needles of the Arclight Run Flotilla, humanity's first permanent foothold on another world. A joint SpaceX-NASA venture carrying 100 souls poised on the edge of history. But out here, amidst the wind-scoured rocks and dunes sculpted by millennia of Martian weather, history felt immediate, raw, tangible. "Surface reading stable, Commander," crackled the voice of Corin Wells, the mission's linguist and comm specialist, his usual irreverent tone slightly muted by the static. Seismic sensors picking up some low-frequency rumbles, probably just settling. Strata, but nothing anomalous. "Copy that, Corin," Kyle replied, his gaze sweeping the horizon. He was a man carved from discipline and experience, an exobiologist by training but a leader by necessity. The ghosts of a past mission, one that hadn't returned intact, shadowed his thoughts even here, light years from Earth. Duty was his anchor. "Amir, Sora? Anything on the subsurface scans?" Dr. Amir Dharan, the geologist whose infectious enthusiasm for ancient rocks rivaled a child's on Christmas morning, knelt beside a stratified outcrop, his gloved hand tracing patterns invisible to the untrained eye. Incredible layering, Kyle. Aeolian deposits, fluvial channels. This valley saw water, real flowing water, for longer than our models predicted. But the ground-penetrating radar, it's odd. Latia Sora Kim, the youngest of the quartet but a prodigy in systems engineering and resonance technology, adjusted the portable GPR unit. Her movements were precise, economical, her quiet, intensity a counterpoint to Amir's effervescence. "There's significant interference, Commander. A dense mass about 50 meters down, metallic composition, but fractured, almost porous. It's scrambling the deeper signals." She tapped a control on her wrist interface, and the background radiation just ticked up slightly. Not dangerous, but noticeable. Kyle frowned. Anomalies weren't unexpected. Mars was a geological enigma, but scrambled signals and rising radiation hinted at something more complex. He checked the mission chronometer. They had another hour before needing to head back to the long haul, their pressurized rover parked half a mile away. "Keep monitoring, Sora. Amir, anything visually distinct about that layer?" Before Amir could answer, Corin's voice cut in, sharp with urgency. "Commander, base is reporting a sudden intensification of atmospheric particulates southwest quadrant. Wind speeds increasing exponentially. They're calling it a Class 8, potentially 9 dust storm, developing much faster than forecast. ETA, 15 minutes. A chill, colder than the Martian air, snaked down Kyle's spine. Class 9 was unheard of, a planet-enveloping monster capable of blinding sensors, shredding equipment, and lasting for weeks. 15 minutes? They wouldn't even make it back to the rover. "All personnel, immediate recall to the long haul, double time," Kyle commanded, his voice tight. "Corin, maintain comms link with base as long as possible." The sky, moments before a serene canvas, began to curdle. The distant horizon dissolved into a roiling wall of crimson dust, advancing with terrifying speed. The wind rose from a whisper to a howl, plucking at their suits, kicking up stinging clouds of regolith. Visibility plummeted. "Can't see the rover!" Sora shouted over the wind's mounting shriek. "Follow my beacon!" Kyle activated his suit's emergency locator, a pulsing green light barely penetrating the swirling chaos. They stumbled forward, leaning into the gale, the world reduced to a maelstrom of red. Sand scoured their visors, the roar outside deafening even through their helmets. Static exploded in Kyle's ears. "Corin, status!" "Link, gone. Commander," Corin gasped, fighting for footing. "Signal, totally, occluded." They were cut off, blind, exposed. The long haul was likely already being buried. Panic threatened, cold and sharp. Kyle shoved it down. "Sora, that anomaly you detected, how far?" "Maybe 200 meters. Bearing 075, she yelled back, her voice strained. "The radiation, it's spiking near there." "Amir, any surface structures? Overhangs? Caves?" Kyle scanned desperately through the blinding dust. "Negative. Just open ground and wait." Amir pointed, his voice filled with disbelief. "There, look!" Through a momentary thinning of the dust, Kyle saw it. A shape, stark against the red chaos. Not natural. A perfectly smooth, black, tetrahedral spire, easily 30 meters tall, partially buried in the sand, its edges impossibly sharp. It seemed to absorb the dim light, yet pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, almost like veins beneath dark skin. It hummed. A low thrum felt more in the bones than heard. "What in God's name?" Corin breathed. "Shelter, now," Kyle ordered, pushing them toward the impossible structure. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from their feet. The air was thick with abrasive dust, visibility near zero. They reached the base of the monolith, pressing against its cool, unnervingly smooth surface. The hum intensified, vibrating through their suits. "There!" Amir shouted, pointing along the base where the wind had scoured away the sand. "An opening! A doorway!" It wasn't a doorway in any conventional sense. More like a section of the black material had retracted or dissolved, revealing a darker void within. Geometric symbols, unlike anything Kyle had ever seen. Sharp angles, nested spirals, lines that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury, glowed faintly around the threshold. They pulsed in time with the structure's hum. "Radiation is higher here, but stable," Sora reported, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and awe. "The structure seems to be shielding us somewhat from the storm." The wind howled like a banshee. Staying outside was suicide. Inside was the unknown. An alien structure, buried for potentially millions of years, humming with strange energy. Kyle looked at his team. Amir's wide, incredulous eyes, Sora's focused analysis even now, Corin's hand hovering over the sidearm they all carried but had never expected to use. His responsibility weighed heavier than the Martian gravity. "Okay," Kyle said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt inside. "Sora, take point with the scanner. Amir, stick close. Corin, watch our 6, if 6 even applies in there. Weapons ready, safety's on, we go in, slowly." He took a breath, the recycled air suddenly feeling thin. Stepping across the glowing threshold was like passing through a thin film of energy. The roar of the storm outside instantly muted, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the structure. They stood in a corridor seemingly carved from the same obsidian material as the exterior. The air was still, cool, and carried a faint metallic tang. Panels along the walls glowed with the same internal light, casting long, eerie shadows. The corridor stretched forward into darkness, the floor sloping gently downwards. The strange, fluid symbols flowed along the walls, pulsing softly. Behind them, the opening remained, a rectangle of swirling crimson fury against the sudden, profound silence. They were inside. They were safe from the storm, but they had just stepped into a mystery far deeper and potentially more dangerous than any Martian tempest. The Vault of Tharis had claimed them. The silence was immense, broken only by the thrumming, resonance that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the structure and the amplified sounds of their own breathing within their helmets. The corridor descended, its obsidian walls swallowing the beams of their helmet lamps almost greedily. The geometric symbols flowed alongside them, shifting subtly, rearranging themselves as if reacting to their presence. "These glyphs," Corin murmured, running a gloved hand near but not touching a particularly intricate spiral. "They're not static. They resemble complex circuit diagrams, but also language, syntactic structures. See the repetition, the modifiers?" Even in the face of the utterly alien, his linguist's mind was dissecting, analysing. "It's like Egyptian hieroglyphs designed by a quantum physicist." "Energy readings are off the scale," Sora reported, her voice hushed with awe. She gestured with her scanner. The walls themselves are conducting power, flowing from deeper within. And the air. Trace analysis shows noble gases, argon, neon, but negligible carbon dioxide or oxygen. Perfectly sterile, preserved. The corridor opened abruptly into a space so vast it stole their breath. They stood on a balcony, a precipice overlooking an abyss filled with impossible structures. Below them, bathed in the soft internal luminescence radiating from countless panels and glowing lines etched into the architecture, lay a city. An underground metropolis stretching further than their lights could penetrate, descending layer upon layer into the Martian crust. It wasn't built, it was carved. Towers spiraled downwards instead of up. Bridges of crystalline light arched across chasms thousands of feet deep. Buildings shaped like inverted pyramids, multifaceted jewels, and organic flowing sculptures clustered in intricate patterns. Walkways wider than Terran highways snaked between them, occasionally illuminated by floating spheres of light that drifted like captive stars. The scale was inhuman, dwarfing anything ever conceived on Earth. London, Tokyo, New York, they would be mere suburbs in this subterranean behemoth. "My God," Amir whispered, gripping the railing, his knuckles white even through the suit glove. It's Karnak meets Coruscant." "No signs of life," Sora stated, her scanner sweeping the panorama. "No heat signatures, no movement except—" She paused. Faint energy surges like dormant systems powering up, sequentially, following our path. As if on cue, a section of the city directly below them brightened. Lines of light traced intricate patterns across building facades, and one of the floating spheres detached itself from the distant gloom and drifted slowly towards their balcony. "Okay, definitely reacting to us," Corin said, a nervous edge sharpening his wit. "Either it's welcoming the new neighbours, or the security system is waking up. Place your bets." Kyle scanned the immensity, his tactical mind racing. This wasn't just ruins, it felt poised, waiting. "Let's find a way down. Look for a central structure, maybe a control hub." They located a ramp spiralling gently down from the balcony, wide enough to accommodate vehicles far larger than their rover. As they descended, more lights activated ahead of them, illuminating their path, while the areas behind them dimmed slightly. The air remained still, cool, the resonant hum a constant companion. They passed structures that defied easy categorization. Some resembled vast public squares, empty save for geometric fountains carved from the same obsidian material, their basins dry but intricately detailed. Others looked like marketplaces or grand halls, filled with alcoves and platforms, silent and deserted. The architecture was a baffling fusion. The stark geometry of the exterior mixed with flowing, almost biological curves, adorned with those ever-present shifting glyphs. After an hour of descent, they reached a lower level, a wide plaza opening onto several colossal hangar bays carved directly into the cavern wall. Inside, suspended in Silovoi pole, guessing force field or stasis, that shimmered faintly, were ships, starships. They weren't the functional cylinders or winged craft of human design. These were sleek manta-ray shapes of the same black, light-absorbing material as the city itself. Smooth, menacing, utterly alien, yet possessing a predatory grace. Some were enormous, easily cruisers or carriers hundreds of meters long. Others were smaller, fighter-sized craft, docked along magnetic pylons that rose from the floor like metallic trees. These smaller ships were scarab-shaped, compact, and deadly-looking. Several of the larger vessels bore marks, scoring, impact craters, sections that looked melted or torn, battle scars. "They fought someone," Kyle observed grimly, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. Or something. Amir moved closer to one of the giant manta ships, his faceplate nearly touching the shimmering field holding it aloft. The design philosophy, it's consistent with the glyphs, utilitarian yet deeply symbolic. Look at the wingtips. They echo the spiral motifs we saw in the corridor. Sora ran her scanner along the edge of the field. High energy containment, stable but drawing significant power. And Commander, these ships, they're not just old. Radiometric dating from residual particles trapped on the hull plating. We're looking at dates potentially exceeding 50,000 years, maybe older. 50,000 years before recorded human history. While Homo sapiens were chipping flint in caves, this civilization was building starships and fighting interstellar wars beneath the surface of Mars. Deeper within the hangar bay they found something else, a sealed chamber, the door marked with a complex circular glyph pulsed with brighter light. Sora approached it cautiously. There's a console here. No buttons, no screen, just a smooth surface with indented glyphs. "Can you interface with it?" Kyle asked. Sora hesitated. "It's not like our tech. It seems passive, waiting for input but not digital input. More like resonance." She remembered the description of her specialization. Resonance tech prodigy. An experimental field back on Earth, exploring harmonic frequencies and sympathetic vibrations as control interfaces. She'd always felt a connection to machines, an intuition about their inner workings. This felt like that, amplified 1,000-fold. Tentatively, she placed her gloved palm over the largest glyph on the console. Nothing happened. She focused, trying to recall the hum of the city, the flow of the symbols. She thought about the immense silence, the weight of ages. Still nothing. Then a flicker of emotion surfaced. The grief for her brother, lost years ago, a sharp pang she usually kept buried. It resonated within her, a pure, clear frequency of loss and love. The glyph beneath her hand flared, lines of light shot across, the door converging on the central symbol. With a deep, grinding sound that echoed the structure's hum, the massive door slid open. Beyond it lay not a control room, but something akin to a library or archive. Crystalline panels lined the walls, inert and dark. In the centre of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it floated a holographic projection, a star map. But the central star wasn't Saul. It was a binary system, 2 suns pulsing gently in the holographic display, and around them, worlds, dozens of them linked by faint lines of light. One of those lines led outwards, towards another star system, starkly alone in the projected void. A single, familiar yellow star. Saul. Corin stepped forward, transfixed. Is that Earth? Before anyone could answer, one of the crystalline panels on the wall flickered to life. Not with data, but with an image. A world of lush green jungles and towering bioluminescent trees under a double sunrise. Figures moved within it, tall, slender, recognisably human, clad in simple flowing robes. They looked peaceful, serene. Then another panel activated. It showed a different world, one ravaged by war, shattered cities, orbital bombardments, figures in angular armoured suits battling amidst ruins under the same twin suns. A third panel flared, displaying Earth. Primitive villages, pyramids rising from desert sands, recognisable continents. And then images of ships, not the manta rays or scarabs outside, but different designs, descending from the sky, figures emerging, interacting with the early inhabitants. Egyptian gods, ancient astronauts. They came from there, Amir breathed, pointing to the binary system. Fled something, a war, and they came here, to Earth, and to Mars. Kyle felt the weight of the discovery settle on him. This wasn't just an alien city. It was a lost chapter of human history, a cradle or perhaps a refuge. The implications were staggering. Humanity wasn't alone, and it wasn't even solely terrestrial. But the evidence of conflict, the damaged ships, the two contrasting worlds orbiting the twin suns, this legacy was complex, potentially dangerous. His duty, once confined to his crew and mission, now felt impossibly vast. He was standing in the heart of a 50,000-year-old mystery that redefined everything humanity thought it knew about itself. And the city, panel by panel, archive by archive, was just beginning to share its secrets. The weight of revelation pressed down on them, heavier than the tons of rock and regolith overhead. Humanity, seeded or exiled from a distant binary system, a vast Martian metropolis as a way station, Earth a later colony, or perhaps a forgotten outpost. The silent, watchful city felt less like a tomb and more like a paused recording, waiting for someone to press play. "Okay," Corin said, breaking the stunned silence, his voice attempting levity but betraying the underlying shock. "So, space Egyptians from a double sun system built Mars Vegas and maybe gave Earth the pyramid scheme? Got it. What's next on the tour? The casino floor? The all-you-can-eat nebula buffet?" Sora, however, was focused on the console she'd activated. The glyphs continued to glow, pulsing softly in response to her proximity. This console, it's more than just a door lock or an archive viewer. It feels like a primary interface node. The emotional resonance. It wasn't just a key, it felt like authentication. She tentatively placed her hand back on the surface, focusing not on grief this time, but on curiosity, a desire to understand. The holographic star map shifted. Lines brightened, symbols flared around certain star systems. Text, or what passed for text in the flowing glyph language, scrolled beside the images. "Whoa," Corin breathed, stepping closer. "It's responding to you, Sora. Can you ask it something?" "I don't know how," Sora admitted. "It's not verbal, it's feeling, intent." She concentrated, visualizing the hangars, the ships. How do these work? How do they fly? In response, the archive panels flickered rapidly, showing schematics that looked like cross-sections of the manta ray vessels, energy flow diagrams, and glyph sequences that Corin instantly recognized as potential command protocols. Simultaneously, a section of the plaza outside the archive chamber began to glow. A circular platform rose silently from the floor, about 10 meters across. From slits around its edge, A soft, shimmering field, similar to the ones holding the starships aloft, flickered into existence. Anti-gravity, Kyle stated, recognizing the principle if not the execution. A transport skimmer. It activated, because I thought about flight. Sora looked bewildered, yet intrigued. The city, it's interpreting intent through emotional and resonant frequencies. Let's try it, Kyle decided. Caution warred with the urgent need to explore more efficiently. Walking could take lifetimes in a city this size. Sora, see if you can guide it. Corin, keep trying to make sense of those glyphs. Navigation, power systems, anything. Amir, document everything. We need to understand what we've found. They stepped onto the platform. It felt solid, yet strangely yielding. As Sora focused, visualizing movement, a low hum intensified beneath their feet. The skimmer lifted smoothly, silently, a meter off the plaza floor. With Sora concentrating on direction, visualizing a path forward through the immense cavern, the platform glided forward, accelerating rapidly but smoothly. Flying through the vault of Tharis was like soaring through a dream of impossible architecture. They swept past the downward-reaching towers, crossed the silent chasms on bridges of pure light, and peered into vast, empty amphitheatres carved into the rock. The scale remained overwhelming, humbling. Lights continued to pace them, illuminating sectors of the city as they approached, plunging previous areas back into a slumbering twilight. Fountains remained dry, plazas empty, but the feeling of dormant potential was palpable. Picking up multiple larger energy signatures ahead, Sora reported after nearly an hour of travel. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the skimmer. Massive power conduits converging, and chambers, very large chambers. They navigated towards the energy convergence, finding themselves entering a district that felt distinctly different. The architecture was more severe, more utilitarian. Platforms held arrays of unfamiliar devices that looked like weapons emplacements. Complex metallic structures bristling with emitters and lenses. They passed more hangars, these holding only the smaller scarab-shaped fighter drones, nested tightly into magnetic racks that lined the walls like dormant insects. Some of these drones also showed signs of damage, blackened hulls, fractured winglets. Suddenly, alarm klaxons, deep and resonant, echoed through the cavern. Red lights began flashing along the walls, bathing the severe architecture in pulsing crimson. Glyphs flashed urgently on nearby panels. "What's happening?" Amir asked, startled. "Multiple systems activating," Sora cried out, the skimmer wobbling slightly as her concentration faltered. "Energy spikes across this entire sector. Those fighter racks, they're powering up." "Security systems?" Kyle surmised grimly. Did activating the skimmer trigger a broader alert? Or maybe accessing the archive, Corin suggested, frantically trying to decipher the flashing glyphs displayed on his wrist-mounted interface, linked wirelessly to Sora's scanner. Whatever it is, the city thinks we're intruders. These symbols, they look like lockdown protocols. Threat assessment. From the hangar walls, several of the scarab drones detached from their magnetic pylons. Blue energy crackled around their forward emitters. They rose silently into the air, their multifaceted optical sensors focusing on the skimmer. "Evasive maneuvers, Sora!" Kyle barked. Sora reacted instantly, focusing her intent. The skimmer banked sharply, diving towards the intricate cityscape below as bolts of blue energy lanced past them, impacting the cavern wall with explosive force. More drones detached, swarming after them like angry hornets. "They're fast!" Corin yelled, ducking as another energy bolt sizzled overhead. "We need cover and a defensible position." Kyle scanned the area, his tactical training kicking in. "There, that structure. Look shielded, reinforced. Get us inside." He pointed to a squat, bunker-like building nestled between two larger towers, its entrance a heavy glyph-marked portal currently sealed. Sora drove the skimmer towards it, weaving through architectural projections as energy bolts rained around them. The drones anticipated their movements, boxing them in. "The door's sealed," Amir shouted. "How do we get in?" "Sora, the console interface. Can you access the door system from here?" Kyle asked urgently. "Trying!" Sora closed her eyes for a moment, ignoring the chaos around them, focusing her will, pushing past the fear. She projected the feeling of sanctuary, necessity, urgency. The skimmer's console pulsed in response. On the bunker door ahead, the glyphs flared. Just as a drone lined up a direct shot, the massive portal slid open. Sora gunned the skimmer through the opening, and the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the screech of energy fire and the sight of the pursuing drones. They were inside, plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from their suits and the faintly glowing controls of the skimmer. The resonant hum of the city seemed deeper, more ominous here. They found themselves in what looked like an ancient command chamber. Consoles lined the walls, dark save for the emergency red lighting. A large circular platform dominated the centre of the room, covered in dormant glyphs. "Status report," Kyle said, his voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Skimmer is undamaged," Sora reported, her breathing heavy. "Door is sealed, heavily reinforced. External sensors show the drones are hovering outside, scanning." "I think I'm getting somewhere with the language," Corrin said, pointing to his display. "The lockdown glyphs correlate with threat levels. We seem to have tripped a mid-level security response. But there are other symbols here. Command overrides, system resets, linked to that central platform." "Can you activate it?" Kyle asked. "Not directly," Corrin replied. "It requires sequence authorization, like the archive door. It seems keyed to complex emotional states. The glyphs suggest concepts like sacrifice, resolve, legacy." Sora looked at the central platform, then back at the sealed door where the drones waited. She thought of the archive images, the peaceful world, the war-torn one, the ancient Earth. She thought of her brother, the grief still a tangible ache within her, but mixed with it now was a fierce determination, a resolve to understand this place, to protect her crew. Sacrifice, resolve, legacy. She stepped towards the central platform, placing her hand on its cool surface. She didn't try to replicate an emotion. She simply let her own complex feelings flow. Grief intertwined with fierce protectiveness, fear woven with determination. The platform beneath her hand lit up. Glyphs raced across its surface, converging in the centre. Consoles around the room flickered to life, bathing the chamber in a cool blue light, replacing the urgent red. A low thrum filled the room as power surged. "Whoa," Corrin breathed. "System access granted. Sora, you just hotwired an alien command centre with feelings." On a large display screen that materialised from the wall, schematics of the city sector appeared, showing the drone locations, power flows, and something else. Something that made Kyle's blood run cold. Deep within the sector, far below there, current level, another massive energy signature flared to life. Far larger than the drones, larger even than the hangars. A symbol appeared next to it on the screen. A ring, segmented, surrounded by complex interlocking glyphs. "What is that?" Amir asked, pointing to the symbol. Corrin traced the glyphs on his display. According to this, they called it the Sky Gate, the path between stars. They hadn't just triggered the security drones, they had started the activation sequence for a Stargate. The activation of the Sky Gate sent a palpable tremor through the command chamber, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the floor. On the main display, the ring symbol pulsed with intensifying energy, drawing power from conduits that snaked through the schematic like luminous serpents. The city wasn't just waking up, it was preparing for departure. "Okay," Activating a potential interstellar transport system while killer drones are trying to break down the door might not have been Plan A, Corin quipped, though his fingers flew across the holographic interface projected from his wrist unit, cross-referencing the newly accessible data streams. Good news. Sora's emotional login gave us significant system privileges. Bad news. The gate activation seems to have triggered higher-level defense protocols. As if on cue, the display shifted, showing external views. The scarab drones outside the bunker were now being joined by larger, more menacing shapes detaching from previously unseen alcoves high in the cavern walls. These were angular, almost skeletal fighter craft, different from the manta shapes in the main hangars, clearly automated defense units. They began engaging the scarab drones, streaks of energy fire crisscrossing the vast underground space. Infighting? Amir asked, bewildered. Why would the city's defences attack each other? Corin highlighted sections of the newly accessed data. Hypothesis: the scarab drones represent a localised, perhaps sector-specific security system, maybe even one that's degraded or corrupted over millennia. These new fighters, they seem linked directly to the gate's activation sequence. A primary defence grid maybe? Purging the lesser systems that responded incorrectly to our presence. Or, Sora suggested quietly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Maybe the scarabs were the original defence, and these new ones are something else. Something left behind by whoever damaged those ships in the hangar. Kyle watched the silent, deadly ballet on the screen. Whatever the reason, it buys us time. Corin, focus on the gate. What does it take to stabilise it? Can we shut it down? Working on it, Corin muttered. The glyphs are complex. It's not just engineering, it's almost ritualistic. There are sequences tied to celestial alignments, energy harmonics, and this. He projected an image onto the main screen. The twin sun symbol they'd seen in the archive now intricately linked with the gate schematics. Amir stepped closer, his geologist's eye for patterns finding purchase even in the alien script. The twin suns, look how they're positioned relative to the gate symbol, and these branching pathways, it's like the map in the archive chamber. Two primary destinations maybe, linked to the two branches of, well, whoever these people were. He traced a flow diagram. It seems the gate requires alignment not just physically, but energetically, tuned to a specific destination frequency. Can you identify the destinations? Kyle pressed. Amir studied the glyphs, comparing them to the archive images. This sequence, he pointed, seems to correspond with the peaceful jungle world. The glyphs evoke harmony, growth, origin. This other sequence, he indicated a more complex, jagged set of symbols, matches the war-torn world. These glyphs suggest struggle, division, terminus. Origin and terminus, Sora breathed. Two paths for humanity's ancestors. Commander, Corin suddenly shouted. Power fluctuations. The gate activation is drawing immense energy, but the flow is unstable. The battle outside, secondary explosions. They're damaging some primary conduits. If the grid destabilizes completely, the gate could overload. The resulting energy discharge. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A blast that could power interstellar travel, unleashed uncontrollably within a confined underground city. It would vaporize everything. Kyle scanned the chamber schematics Corin projected. Power regulation nodes. Where are they? Corin highlighted several points on the city map, deep within the sector, some in areas now crawling with the battling drones and fighters. There are primary junctions, but accessing them is suicide. There might be a master regulation conduit accessible from beneath this command chamber. It's a long shot, requires bypassing multiple safety interlocks. If it stops this place from blowing up, we take it, Kyle said decisively. Sora, can you open a maintenance access way? Sora, already anticipating, focused on the central platform where she had initiated the override. She visualized access, repair, stabilization. A section of the floor near the wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow, dark shaft descending into the humming depths. A faint blue light pulsed rhythmically far below. "Amir, Sora, stay here," Kyle commanded. "Monitor the gate. Keep trying to understand the controls. Corin, you're with me. We need your interface skills to bypass those interlocks." "Into the scary glowing basement it is," Corin said, grabbing a portable interface kit, just like summer camp. Kyle clipped a descent cable to his suit harness and hooked it onto a recessed anchor point above the shaft. He checked Corin's harness, then nodded. "Maintain comms, let's move." They rappelled down into the shaft, the main chamber shrinking above them. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of ozone and the thrum of immense power. Below, the blue light intensified, emanating from a crystalline conduit easily 3 meters in diameter, pulsing like a living heart. Glyphs swirled across its surface. Access panels sealed with intricate locking mechanisms dotted the surrounding walls. "Okay, Big Blue is definitely the main power line," Corin confirmed, connecting his kit to a nearby interface port. "Now for the safety interlocks. These things are ancient, Kyle. Layer upon layer of protocols." He worked quickly, alien symbols scrolling across his display. Almost got it. "It requires simultaneous manipulation of energy harmonics. I can handle the sequence logic, but someone needs to manually shunt the feedback loop at the precise moment. That someone," he looked at Kyle, "has to physically override the circuit breaker." He pointed to a heavy, lever-like mechanism set into the wall beside the conduit, glowing with contained energy. "When I give the signal, you throw that switch. Timing has to be perfect, or it could feedback pulse the entire grid." Kyle positioned himself by the lever. It felt warm through his gloves. He could feel the raw power surging nearby. "Ready when you are, Corin." "Initiating bypass sequence. Now!" Corin shouted. Glyphs flashed wildly on his display. Harmonic stabilizing. Almost there. Feedback loop identified. "Kyle. Now!" Kyle threw his weight against the lever. It resisted for a terrifying moment, then slammed downwards with a heavy thud. The pulsing blue light in the main conduit steadied, the violent energy fluctuations smoothing out. The overwhelming hum lessened slightly, becoming a steady, powerful drone. "Did it work?" Kyle asked, breathing heavily. "Grid stabilized," Corin exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "Gate power flow is steady. We just stopped Mars from becoming a new asteroid belt." Suddenly Sora's voice crackled over the comms, tight with urgency. "Commander, something's happening with the gate. The alignment. It's locking. But it's not pointing to the origin world or the terminus world. It's cycling through other coordinates, unfamiliar star systems. One of them. Commander, it looks like Saul. It's trying to lock onto Earth." The revelation hung in the subterranean air. The sky gate stabilized but now cycling through destinations, potentially locking onto Earth. Back in the command chamber, Sora and Amir watched the main display in stunned silence as the glyph sequence representing the target coordinates shifted, momentarily resembling patterns Corin had tentatively identified as relating to their home system. "Is that even possible?" Amir wondered aloud. "Could this gate reach across 50,000 years of stellar drift? The coordinates would be vastly different. Maybe the system auto-updates," Sora speculated, her mind racing through possibilities. Or maybe Earth was always a designated waypoint, its relative position constantly tracked. The implications were dizzying. A direct path back home, bypassing the months-long journey via Starship. But a path that could also lead from Earth, or expose Earth to whatever conflict had scarred this city and its creators. Kyle and Corin ascended quickly back into the command chamber, the immediate crisis of the power overload averted. "Report," Kyle demanded, striding towards the display. "The gate stabilized, Commander," Sora confirmed, "but its destination lock is erratic. It cycled past origin and terminus, and seems to be searching." We saw glyphs correlating with Sol system coordinates for a moment, but it moved on. Now it's settling. On the screen, the whirling symbols slowed, finally locking onto a new sequence, one that didn't match origin, terminus, or Sol. A complex, unfamiliar pattern pulsed steadily beside the activated gate symbol. "Where does that lead?" Kyle asked, turning to Amir and Corin. Corin cross-referenced the glyphs with the archive data. No direct, matching the archive worlds we saw. But the root structure, it shares elements with the origin glyphs, harmony, creation, but also contains modifiers suggesting sanctuary, confluence, renewal. Amir traced the unfamiliar stellar configuration depicted alongside the glyphs. It's a trinary star system, unknown from Earth astronomy as far as I know. Sanctuary? Could this be where they intended to go? A refuge beyond the conflict? The external view screen showed the battle outside had ceased. The skeletal defense fighters hovered silently, while the damaged Scarab drones lay inert. The gate chamber itself, deep below, pulsed with contained, stable energy. The path was open. They stood at a precipice far more profound than the physical edge of the city's abyss. Behind them lay the known, Mars, the Arclight mission. Earth, a humanity confined to a single solar system, ignorant of its sprawling ancient heritage. Ahead lay the unknown, a pathway across interstellar space forged by ancestors fleeing conflict, leading to a potential sanctuary orbiting 3 suns. The choice was stark. "We could try to shut it down," Corin offered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Seal this place, hike back to the rover, assuming the storm ever clears, and report back to base. Let Earth decide what to do." "And risk someone else finding this," Sora countered, "or risk whatever threat caused the Terminus world finding us through this connection. We activated it. It feels like our responsibility." Amir nodded slowly. "This discovery changes everything. The history of humanity, our place in the cosmos. It's not just data to be filed. It's a legacy. Perhaps a destiny." He looked at Kyle. The archives showed 2 branches of humanity, estranged, one possibly destroyed or locked in eternal war. What if the sanctuary world represents a chance for reunification, or at least understanding? Kyle felt the immense gravity of the moment. His duty, always his North Star, was now pulling him in multiple directions. Duty to his crew, to the mission parameters, to Earth. But also a nascent duty to the truth they had uncovered, to the echoes of these ancient humans whose blood might very well run in their own veins. To return to Earth with this knowledge felt incomplete, like finding a map to El Dorado and turning back at the city gates. He thought of the damaged ships, the defensive drones, the bifurcated destiny shown in the archives. Sealing the city might protect Earth in the short term, but ignorance was a fragile shield. Understanding the past, confronting the legacy, seemed the only path to securing a future. Stepping through that gate was an unimaginable risk, a leap into potentially hostile territory or simply lethal emptiness. But staying behind felt like a betrayal of the very spirit of exploration that had brought them to Mars. He looked at his team, Sora, whose unique sensitivity had been the key, Amir, whose scientific awe was tempered by profound insight, Corin, whose intellect and humour grounded them. They had faced the storm, navigated the impossible city, battled ancient defences and stabilised a stargate. They were no longer just astronauts. They were inheritors. The Arclight mission parameters were clear, Kyle said, his voice resonating in the quiet chamber. Establish a foothold, explore, report, but no parameter accounted for this. He gestured towards the pulsing gate symbol on the screen. Reporting this second hand won't convey the truth, the scale, the implications, and it leaves this power, this pathway, vulnerable. He met each of their gazes. Our primary duty is to the survival and advancement of humanity. Right now, I believe that duty lies forward, not back. We have stumbled upon the grandest mystery of our species. We have the chance to understand our origins, perhaps prevent a conflict that stretches back millennia, or find allies we never knew existed. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. This is not an order I can give lightly. It goes beyond any mission profile, but I believe it's the necessary choice. Our report to Earth will have to wait. Our exploration continues. He looked towards the schematic showing the Skygate chamber. Corin, can you interface with the gate controls from here? Ensure the destination lock remains stable on Sanctuary? Aye, Commander, Corin replied, already working. Locked and confirmed. Sora, Amir, grab any portable archive data possible and essential supplies from the skimmer. We travel light. They moved with renewed purpose, the debate settled, the path chosen. Within minutes, they were back on the anti-gravity skimmer, gliding silently through the now quiet sector towards the immense energy signature of the gate chamber. The chamber dwarfed even the grandest spaces they had yet seen. A colossal ring, easily 200 meters in diameter, dominated the space. It was constructed of the same obsidian material as the city, inlaid with glowing glyphs that pulsed in time with the structure's deep hum. The ring itself floated free, unsupported by any visible means, rotating slowly. Within the circumference of the ring, space itself seemed distorted, shimmering like heat haze over desert sand, but swirling with faint ethereal colours, blues, violets, golds. It wasn't projecting an image, it was the portal. Sora guided the skimmer onto a platform extending towards the base of the ring. The air crackled with contained energy. Looking into the shimmering portal was like staring into infinity. Kyle Vance stood at the edge, his crew beside him. The red dust of Mars felt a universe away. He took a final look back at the vast, silent city. The Vault of Tharis, cradle and tomb, testament to a lost epoch. Then he turned towards the swirling light. "Lieutenant Kim, take us through," Commander Kyle Vance ordered, his voice steady, resonant with the immensity of the step they were about to take. Sora focused her intent, and the skimmer moved forward, crossing the threshold from the known into the utterly unknown. The shimmering light enveloped them, not blinding but cool, silent, erasing the obsidian chamber from view. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the swirling colours and the feeling of transition, of movement beyond comprehension. Then, new light dawned ahead. They emerged not into darkness, but into the soft, multi-hued glow of a sky illuminated by 3 suns, one golden, one pale blue, one a gentle crimson, casting long, strange shadows across a landscape unlike anything they had ever imagined. The Vault of Tharis was behind them. The journey into humanity's forgotten past and uncertain future had truly begun. The gate shimmered, waiting, a path between worlds left open. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped, started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28th, 1944, during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. "I was there," Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. "On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next..." He paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. "The next?" Eleanor prompted. "Nothing, just waiting." He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. "You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years." Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her, knew her face, her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, that now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs. Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, her therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again, just the 2 of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend, someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in the suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is. I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches zero?" Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before." But the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. "Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago?" "Northwestern," Eleanor said automatically. "That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. "Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern." The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. "Think of it like a debt," Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. "And Eleanor?" Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. "Eleanor is the adaptation." "Explain that," Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. "You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist..." Kumar trailed off. "Then I don't," Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. "How long?" he asked. We don't know, Kumar admitted. The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less. Can you stop it? Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment. Kumar spread his hands. Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics. Because it's not physics, Sarah said quietly. It's accounting. Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the 4th day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink. Back in her kitchen. No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted. You married, had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened." Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. A naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident. Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. "I was a ghost. Before I disappeared," he said. "The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation." Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. "Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you." "No." Thomas's voice was firm. "It's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations." Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, if he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. "And if he stays?" Eleanor asked. "You fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable." Sarah's clinical voice cracked. "Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating. Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. There has to be another option, he said. There isn't. Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing. Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before re-solidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. "I have to go back," he said. "You know that." "I know. The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship. To the exact second the universe expects me to end." He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. "You'll stabilise. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again." Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. "I need to ask you something," Thomas said. "In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father?" The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. "I don't know," she said honestly. "You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other timeline, the one you keep seeing." Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. "Yes," she whispered. "In that timeline, you're wonderful." Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this." "No, but I'm choosing how it ends." They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. "I have an idea," Eleanor said suddenly. "It's probably stupid." "Tell me." "The memories, the displaced ones. They're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it." "How?" Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen. Actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. "Write it down," she said. "Everything you remember from the other timeline. The life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone, I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if it Chen Maya's couldn't last." Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Maya's 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings. The ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. "I need to tell you something," he said, "in case this works, in case some part of you remembers." "What?" "I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there. But in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you." Eleanor felt tears on her face. "I love you too." "I know," Thomas said. "I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant." 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. "I'm going." "With you?" she said. "Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper. Actually hold it while you fade." "It could kill you." Or it could let me remember both lives, the one I lived and the one I should have lived. She took his hand. I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost. Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Maya's room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre, her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilise around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. Eleanor? Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. I'm here, Eleanor said. What happened? He went back, to where he was supposed to end. Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it, and I remembered. Both timelines. Both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. Is that sustainable? Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. I don't know, Eleanor admitted, but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been. They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. I think I'm going to learn to repair these, she said. Mechanical watches, analogue time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud. That sounds right, Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. Family heirloom, she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak, scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was on to a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them, night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognised Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered. His tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation. Dulce Protocol." Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open, and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliott hesitated, glancing at the 2 guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drumbeats in his ears. Dr. Elliott nodded. "Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome." She paused, lowering her voice. "It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species." Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. "Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat, containment breach. All security teams converge." One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliott raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real, not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. "That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material. But it's always more complicated than that." They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," On Guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilise neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well. but you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. "Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge." He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to Sub-Level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on Sub-Level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access Sub-Level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at Sub-Level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators, Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled, but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. "I can't even explain it," Cliff muttered. "Let's not rely on it more than we have to." Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately." Time to move. They dashed through corridors, confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. "All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint." As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, Drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. Containment breach in Lab 14. Subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor. Backup generators failing. Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall. His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope line, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire, we need the specimen alive." Cliff recognised Major Colvance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign: Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood stained Vance's uniform, and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued. Gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space. some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read "Exit," presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliott's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled. Thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliot, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap, or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliot's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice. Walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning.